Well, good morning and welcome to our coverage of the Trinidad and Tobago Under-23 series against the West Indies Under-19. And we are here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Couva. There you can see the officials and the players from both teams. The Trinidad and Tobago Under-19 team, Under-23 team on your left, and on the right you have the West Indies Under-19 team. Of course, the idea behind it is to give the West Indies Under-19 team some much needed cricket before they head into that World Cup in Sri Lanka in January. And to make matters even better, the United States, they're also here, and I'm very happy to see that through the network of Cricket 360, USA Cricket has decided to come to Trinidad and Tobago as well, and tomorrow we will have the first match between the USA team, and they'll be coming up against the West Indies Under-19. So that's good practice for both teams, because the USA, they are also headed into that World Cup. So as you can see there, the officials just having a moment's silence, and then they will be off and running pretty soon. Probably gives me enough time to introduce my fellow commentator this morning, and that's the venerable Vidya Ramphal. Good morning, Vidya. How are you?
Well, thank you very much. And of course, this is an important game. First one in the series that will be played. A couple of games rained out as a result. And of course, the conditions not favorable here for play in the last few days. And just as we're watching the match referee with his eyes on the time, we're also watching our watches at the moment here. The umpires just heading out for the start of today's game. And Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s versus West Indies on the 19, as Vinod would have mentioned. West Indies on the 19 playing in the World Cup coming up. And they are involved in that, along with the USA. The West Indies Under-19 playing in the last World Cup, which was staged, of course. They were host back in 2022. The USA last qualified for the Under-19 World Cup back in 2010. And there is a lot of interest in this game, especially for Trinidad and Tobago fans. In this Under-23 side, there are several players who still have a chance of making it onto that West Indies Under-19 team. So they will want to put their best feet forward here in this one. The West Indies Under-19 team in a huddle at the moment, just ready to go out. That's because the T&T Under-23 captain, Mbeki Joseph, won the toss, and he has decided to be involved first, batting first here, and the openers just about on their way. And we're already seeing the familiar figure of Joseph, the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team, and the very aggressive Justin Jagesa is also heading out there. These two will do battle for Trinidad and Tobago under 23 at the moment. Two umpires are just getting ready. Umpire Bassarat closest to us, and I believe that's umpire Sandy out there with him. And they're just about ready to start. The pitch itself, we've had a look at it. Very dry here once again. Last time we were here at the National Cricket Centre, it was pretty dry, and a system of cracks had developed in it. This time it's not quite as cracked as that. A nice beige color to the pitch. Not a huge amount of cracking in it, but there is a suggestion there. There's a fair amount of moisture in the surface, and that will evaporate pretty quickly as the morning progresses. It's very, very hot out there. That's going to evaporate, and you can get a sense of the moisture just looking to the right of the pitch, and you can see some of it still there. Lovely view at the National Cricket Centre. There's the National Cycling Velodrome just to the back. Of course, very much an area in which there are many of the sporting disciplines here. So as we get ready to start, it's going to be the Justin Jagesa who will be facing up to the first delivery, and Mbeki Joseph at the non-striker's end. And the West Indies Under-19 team just about to start here. The umpires just getting confirmation from the scorers. And it's going to be the left arm pacer to start off here for the West Indies under-19 team. And it looks like Nathan Edward is the man who's going to be starting off. So Jewel Andrew, the 16-year-old who made his List A debut, he has the wicket-keeping gloves on. What a talent he is! Still in Form 5. Imagine that. He's actually supposed to be in classes now, preparing for exams. Vinod Mamchan, here he is, and of course, that does pose a challenge for young men like this.
Yeah, definitely. And it's always a challenge to mix both academics and your sport, but these guys, they know that cricket, the future of cricket is for them is very bright, and cricket is now a lucrative sport to get involved in. And you show up to a Trinidad and Tobago, just locally here, you show up to a Trinidad and Tobago game at the Queen's Park Oval, and you look in the car park and you swear that bank executives are meeting when you look at the chariots that are parked there.
Yeah, none of them belong to me, by the way.
Oh, I thought I saw you drive in with one video. I want to thank Gayatri this morning for her kind hospitality at the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. Here's Edward. A delivery down the leg side, played away nicely by Jagisar, and he's going to take one, so that's one more to Justin Jagisar, and they are off and running.
Yeah, important innings for Jagisar here. He's one of those who is in the running for a place in this, perhaps to force his way into the West Indies under-19 team. As you would know, during that last tour of the under-19s touring Sri Lanka a couple months ago, in August and September to be exact, no Trinidad and Tobago players there, and there are several of them here in this T&T under-23 team. So there's still a fair amount of space here for them to get in and be involved in this West Indies under-19 team. So you would suspect that this is a very important innings here for Jagisar and a few of his compatriots.
Here's Edwards. That's a good delivery just outside the off stump and pushed away for one. So they're now 2 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago under-23. So Jagisar would be on the under-23 team here for Trinidad and Tobago, but he's really in that camp, at West Indies under-19 camp, hoping to get along to Sri Lanka. The right-hander, dangerous player when he gets going, and he will want to show that here this morning. He has to understand, though, that 50 overs is a lot of overs, Vidya.
Yeah, it certainly is, and this is a big innings, as I was intimating there for him.
Here's Edward. Good delivery, well played as well by Jagisar. You can see him there on that occasion, watching the ball right onto the bat. And early on in the innings, that's so crucial.
Yeah, the footwork's working for him well here, and he's picking up the length very quickly. So good signs for him here. The problem often has been is that that impetuous spirit that he has, let's put it that way. It's very aggressive, likes to get on with it. But if there is anything to be learned from this recently concluded ICC World Cup, patience is a huge virtue in this game.
Edwards. This time he squares him up a bit. In some problems there, Jagisar coming tentatively forward. He has to be careful. He's looking curiously at the pitch.
It's not going to be the fastest of surfaces. Nathan Edwards is going to be tested in terms of his skill, because after the initial hardness of the ball starts to wear off and less is going to happen, well, that's where the real test will come in for the bowlers, to be tested to the hilt here in terms of their abilities to make this ball talk.
Well, that's well bowled. Jagisar coming forward, and he's really being tested here.
It's good from Edward, because I think that obviously the coaching staff would have prepared them well for the mentality of this Trinidad and Tobago team, knowing that some of these players are feeling that they need to do very, very well here in this game in order to perhaps this game and these series of games to get that place in the West Indies team. I don't believe we've ever had a West Indies under-19 team without a T&T player.
Yeah, and those guys will be looking to get in. There are a number of talented young men, Jackie Sai included, who are on the radar. Andrew Rambaran, I think he is one of them who is really out front. I think it'll be unfortunate if he does not show up in this series to keep on pressing. Had a good under 19 series in St. Vincent. Kyle Ramdu is another, and with the West Indies looking to take that second wicket keeper, Kyle Ramdu as a wicket keeper batsman is a good option. And he's a sort of player, Ramdu, who will just show up and score a couple centuries just like that out of nowhere. Clipped away. This is going to go into the boundary. Let's see. Runs for Jagisa here. Badly lined, and he just helped it around the corner.
Yeah, of course. Pushing that down the leg side, and yeah, just about that over the knee roll, halfway up the thigh, and an easy one if you're a quality batsman, as Jagisa is, put away well for the boundary. So
what I like about that video was that Jagisa never got too excited because the ball was down the leg side. He allowed it to come on to him, and this is why he was able to maneuver the angle well and get it fine for 4. And that's always the hallmark of a good player. Those who play the ball as late as possible, not those who are normally late, like our scorer this morning, Mr. Kadir Mohammed. But as a batsman, the later you play, sometimes it works for you, especially on slow tracks like this.
Yeah, he played that very well. And now going to see the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 team, Mbeki Joseph, named, of course, he's from San Fernando, first of all, named after the former South African president, Thabo Mbeki. That's where he gets his first name. I know it's mispronounced a lot here locally. Played MBK and some other different, but it's actually Mbeki Joseph.
Well, he started his training with Anil Lakan, a.k.a. Downky, down in Pinal, DB, and Anil normally butchers names. So Anil would have started that with MBK, right? His sister, Janaba Joseph, also plays for the West Indies.
Yeah, of course, made a debut last year.
This time he struck on the pad, probably just outside the line of the leg stump. No appeal from the bowler. The wicketkeeper with his hands in the air, as is normally the case, wicketkeepers appeal. They'll make good lawyers, wouldn't they?
Certainly would. Problem is they might be disbarred very quickly. So the Sean Joseph from the other end, starting here for the West Indies under 19 team. Very important here for the West Indies under 19. It's hung like a millstone around the neck of subsequent teams since 2016.
Down the leg side, and there is Joseph. Let's wait on the umpire, Bassarat. It's been no signal comes from him, so that's 1.
So the under 23s opting to bat first here. Sean Joseph starting off from the southern end of the ground. Number 19 on his back. I'm sure that Trinidad and Tobago football fans would recognize that's the number that Dwight York would have loved to played in as a youth. Just a bit of adjustment here for the right-hander. And all of these bowlers would have been very aware that Jagisa will be under a bit of pressure here. He wants to get a good start.
So wide signal there by Bassarat. So actually we're over number 2 here. Should be Oh, that's a good delivery coming back into Jagisa. He was pushing forward. And it goes down behind square. They're going to come back for 2. So that one came back in late.
Yeah, it certainly did from Deshaun Joseph, the right-handed bowler. And so many of these we've seen in terms of the West Indies under-19 teams. The young fast bowlers have been making their way into teams. Actually, you go back to 2020 in South Africa, where young Jaden Seals made the West Indies team within a couple years of playing for the under-19 team. West Indies debut, 5-wicket haul, all of that came just over a year after playing for the under-19s. In addition, one of the current crop of West Indies fast bowlers, Alzari Joseph, would have been part of that West Indies team that won the World Cup famously back in 2016 in Bangladesh, beating India in the finals. A little bit of a theme as to what happened yesterday at the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. India, after winning 10 games in a row, went on to lose the finals, and many were predicting that loss of form in the finals, and certainly that happened yesterday.
It would have been a massive disappointment for the home crowd.
One of the most interesting things about that fun, yes, there was some great play by Australia and some fine play Rohit Sharma for India. What was very interesting was that there were 22 bowling changes in that match. Pat Cummins, the Australian captain, made 22 bowling changes, never allowed India to settle. And I think that's something that captains all over the world will be looking at in these 50-over matches.
It's James down the leg side. Not taken cleanly. So it's a situation where these youngsters know that there is a World Cup on hand, and they will want to be on that flight to Sri Lanka. They'll want to be there to represent the region, as Joseph did a couple of seasons ago. He did play in the last World Cup. And Becky Joseph, some good scores leading into that. I don't think he featured much at the actual tournament, but he was there.
So really a lot to play for. Nathan Edward will be back on the ball here. Boundary of the last ball that he would have bowled to Jagisa. Now he has a crack here at the left-hander, Joseph.
So well left.
Straight out of the Steve Smith playbook there in terms of that leave. A lot of batsmen have been adopting that since they've seen the rise of Stephen Smith.
Yeah, Stephen Smith, you get flustered looking at him bat. I don't know about you, but he's so fidgety, but effective. It tends to work for him. Let's say Sivnarine Chandapal as well. When he used to play, he touched everything. Cracked away just to the left of point. And they should be coming back for 2. Yes, they're back for 2.
Yeah, took a wicket bounce just in front of the fielder in that backward point position. And he was going down in the approved fashion, and then suddenly found the ball was rearing up at him, almost like a trained Doberman. Tariq Edwards there, almost wearing that one after. Luckily, he was able to duck out of the way.
Trained Doberman. I like that.
Of course, you might use a different dog in that metaphor. I don't know if the 7 you have will be included.
So all 7 of them. Sam again, the slowness of the track, not allowing him to play that in the intended region, which was backward point.
Certainly there will be runs here. If you can get stuck into this pitch, stay there for a period of time, build an innings, there will be runs here. It's going to be difficult at the start for these batters just to assess the pace of this one. It's a lot slower than some of the tracks they've been accustomed to, but there will be runs here once you can get stuck in.
I know you've been around the domestic scene here at all these grounds doing commentary video, but if I may ask you your opinion of the best in terms of pace, the best track in Trinidad and Tobago, where would you say?
I don't think there's any doubt that it would be the Taruba, given the bounce that we saw in the Super 50 games there. The Pacers really benefited from playing there. All of the other venues, the leg spinners, the spinners really reigned, but the Pacers had a chance to get back some of their own at Taruba.
Yeah, during that Super 50. So they're working on that track and it's coming along. That's signal wide. So they're working on that track and it's coming along. But in my estimation, the quickest track here in Trinidad and Tobago is in Presal at the Ancient Alley Park. So whoever is doing the work there, they seem to be doing a good job. The composition of the soil there is also, whatever they did put in at the track there, it seems to be the right mix. Trinidad is a small country, so it's not as if as if it's Australia where you have certain conditions in Perth, and then across in Brisbane you have something different. So I guess that whoever is doing the work there, they probably need to have a conversation with them, because West Indies cricket can only go forward if the pitches improve.
Yeah, that's right. And given what you said there, you might have imported some dirt from Perth. Perth has been something of an ancestral home for fast bowlers. Every fast bowler wants to play at Perth, given the bounce. And even as we say that, the great Bishan Singh Bedi took 11 wickets in a match at Perth using that bounce to get his top spinners going against Australia. So it does have something in it for every type of bowler, but fast bowlers love it. Bedi passing away a couple of weeks ago. Outstanding player for India, and would have featured here in Trinidad and Tobago. 15 without loss after 3 overs. And Jagisar, since that boundary, it's gone very quiet here between these two, as it's a tough battle of attrition at the moment at the start of this game. Certainly you would feel that the West Indies under-19 team are the favorites to take this game. Many would say, well, the result is not going to be important, but it is important for a team going into a World Cup just about a month and a half away from now. Getting wins under your belt is very important. So this West Indies team, they will be gunning for victory in a big way here.
Here's James outside the off stump, and that signal wide by umpire Bassarat. Solid man, umpire Bassarat.
Yeah, he certainly is, umpire Bassarat. Always nice to talk to off the field, though. Fine conversationalist. And always eager to share his knowledge about the game. Any question you ask him about umpiring, he's always very happy to share his knowledge. And I'm sure he would have picked up a few tips from his dad, who was also an umpire.
Yes.
Involved in different aspects of the game these days.
Yes, as in Bassarat. I was told that he was a very proficient umpire back in the day, and decided to go into administration. He's reached far, hasn't he? Outside the off stump, there's an exaggerated drive and exaggerated appeal. Not out, says the umpire.
Definitely a sound, but it might have been the bat taking the surface of the ground, and Becky Joseph getting one that was just in that region for him. Feet not quite working up to the speed that he would have liked at the moment, the left-hander. So 16 without loss here for Trinidad and Tobago. Projected score in the region of 250. They'd love to get that here.
It's James. Better, much better there by Joseph. It's allowing it to go by. Early doors. He needs to understand that 50 overs, that's a lot of balls.
Yeah, certainly. There's and on this pitch, patience will definitely be a virtue here against this West Indies under-19 attack. The West Indies under-19s leaving out Rion Edwards. He's the 12th man for today. Also, Renico Smith is out of today's game, and Devoni Joseph, the wicketkeeper and left-handed batsman, he's also out. favor of Jewel Andrew.
Again, this is delivery keeping a bit low outside the off stump, but to be fair to the authorities here at the National Cricket Centre, the pitch is keeping a bit low, it's a bit slow. They haven't really gotten the opportunity to prepare it properly with all the rain that we've had about.
Yeah, it has, as a cricketer, you love to have a consistent practice. Well, for the groundsmen, it's been a nightmare for them. Even cutting the ground is a bit of a lottery, because if there's too much moisture, you go out there, it's going to damage the surface in a big way. And so all sorts of challenges for them here.
That's good.
That is certainly some good work there from the captain, Stephen Pascal. And he is highly rated in terms of his batting, the man out of Dominica. And you could have seen there, I'm sure he has a bit of sprinting in him. He got in there very quickly. He's deceptively quick. Maybe about the height, just about an inch shorter than Usain Bolt. But he was certainly in very quickly, quick off the mark there, out of the blocks.
Joseph driving again, not really getting hold of it.
Yeah, he's more of a stubborn batsman rather than maybe one would say like an attractive stroke player. But he's pugnacious and very effective when he gets going here. Becky Joseph, 5 off 11 so far.
You can also turn the switch.
Yeah, that happens too. It's important for him to really get stuck in, as I'm sure that Jagisa is thinking about at the moment.
Well played. Just a noodling it down to third man. Joseph and Jagisa opening, left-right combination. So what has happened here on this setup is that all the under-19 players from Trinidad and Tobago who still has an opportunity, who the CWI are looking at before they finalize that final team for the World Cup, Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board has included them in the under-23 team. So they have a unique opportunity here now to go ahead and impress. What the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board has also done with the USA under-19 World Cup bound team coming here as well, they have decided to card 3 matches for the West Indies under-19 against the USA under-19, but also 2 games for the T&T under-23 against the USA under-19s. It then gives the Trinidad and Tobago players in the setup an extra 2 games to impress the selectors. Again, delivery keeping a bit low and played away nicely just for 1. So showing some patience here, young Becky Joseph, and it's working.
Yeah, he has to rein in those attacking instincts. And Becky Joseph, of course, the USA under-19 team, and littered with names that suggest Asian origin. Certainly heavily in favor of India. Quite a few Patels. There's Arjun Patel, Sahil Patel, Vivek Narayan. Narayan spelt not like in Trinidad. Samit Doshi, Sam Das, and quite a few names there. So we'll get our chance to see the USA on the 19s pretty soon and what they have to offer. Yeah, in fact, they're here at the venue. They are training just behind the Sir Frank Worrell Cricket Academy.
Slow delivery. Jagisa, well played, coming forward. Just needs to show some patience here, Jagisa. Very hard worker, Justin Jagisa. Gets up very early every day, works in the nets.
It has shown his physical structure has changed. He has dropped a lot of weight, and you can see that the difference in his cricket.
Pushed away should be coming back for 2. No, just 1.
Yeah, the fielder was very quickly across to that to make the stop. And I'm sure that's Dindial.
Yep.
Mavendra Dindial, the another outstanding young batsman out of Ghana this time. Very highly rated is Mavendra Dindial. And him, like so many of the other players in this team, talk about the influence of their parents. And he's another one, very close with his father. And they do a lot of training together.
Pushed away, pass point, an acrobatic attempt to stop that. And they're going to come back for 2. So T&T U23 boys looking pretty solid at the moment.
Yeah, certainly are. The USA under-19 team, don't underrate them. Just to go back to them for a moment, their first appearance in the World Cup since 2010, when that team was at the World Cup, the current guys were still in their nappies.
Wow.
That's how long ago it was. So it has been quite a while for a USA team. It's only the 3rd appearance for the USA team in the under-19 World Cup.
Slow delivery. Could have read it from here. So you will want to work on that.
So Trinidad and Tobago, Joseph and Jagisa out there at the moment. And another over coming your way. Here's James to continue here. Yeah, just tried to work that one away, but straight to the fielder. Didn't quite get all of that there from Jagisa. Jagisa hasn't played too many attacking shots, but that's the first one we've seen in any way. He's just trying for the on drive there, but not getting quite all of it. Perhaps he just needs to rein it in, maybe for another over or so. Nice firm push down to the mid-off region. They'll run again for Jagisa, Trinidad and Tobago. Trying to set a total of some meaning here. A lot of jeopardy in this game for a lot of these players. Still hoping to get that chance to attract the eye of the selectors for the West Indies under-19 team. Good time to say hello and welcome to Kadir Mohammed, who's slipped into the seat beside me. How are you, Kadir?
Yeah, very good morning, Vidya. Good morning to our viewers. Yeah, it's good to be here. It's good to actually have some play, as we had a couple of rain out days previously due to some heavy rains in the central part of the country. But it's good to have a game here. And Jagasa and Becky Joseph a bit watchful early on.
As they need to be on this particular track. They need to get stuck in. That's good work. Good work again. The skipper, Pascal, is coming in there like a freight train, is it? Actually, I think that is not Pascal. Pascal's feeling at that cover point. But certainly some young, very fit-looking athletic fielders on this West Indies under-19 team. This is the kind of performance in the team that you would really want to see a month and a half out from the big tournament.
Yes, certainly you want to see that energy, that vigor, that keenness to play, if you like. You know, these young guys, they always want to get on the park, always want to perform.
Wide, a couple deliveries pushed down the leg side by James. And another one here. The adjustment for the left-handers and the right-handers has posed a few problems for these two opening bowlers for West Indies under-19, Nathan and James. But they haven't been able to really create any chances so far. The slowness of the pitch, the lack of any assistance for them. It's going to test their mettle here.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to test their patience, character. Of course, you've got to have the ways to operate on different types of surfaces.
Again, looking for the single this time. It is the skipper who's there. Boy, that was close. Missed the stumps on that occasion, but they do get the single. And tell you what, Pascal was coming in there very, very quickly. Very clean pickup. The only thing he didn't do, which would have been perfect, was to hit the stumps. Jagisar might have been in some problems there. End of the over all the same.
Yeah, still a couple of deliveries to go in this Sean James over.
Correction, yes, my correction.
Yeah. Yeah, but the communication was a bit on the all's well that ends well.
Yeah. Miscommunication, not just out there. Nicely played. He's going to get a couple of runs here. Joseph is back comfortably for two. We just had the one boundary so far. A nice tickle down the leg side from Jagisar, but that one, it just tells you how slow the outfield is here with the amount of rain that we've had. On maybe earlier in the season, that would have raced to the boundary. That one just getting three-quarter wave before it was hauled in. There is the end of the over, 25 without loss after it, and we're now starting to see the flow of runs starting to change just a little bit here.
Yeah, batsmen just seem to be getting accustomed to what's taking place now. Of course, you got to be watchful early on. You always want to give yourself a chance as a batter. These two here, Justin Jagisar, of course, vying for a spot on the West Indies under-19 team. I'll be heading to the World Cup early in the new year.
Yeah, and it's very interesting, just to take a larger perspective on this, Kadir, that the West Indies are looking at this period of the year, which is usually a quiet period for cricketers, or at least you go back a couple of years, this would be a time where you're trying to get yourself ready for the season. You have all three West Indies teams that are feeder teams for the senior teams in action right now. West Indies under-19, West Indies Academy, and the West Indies A team are all in action at this time. No ball this time. This going to be a free hit. Just overstepping, it looked like, the opening bowler for the West Indies under-19 team. I'm sure he won't be happy with that. Nathan Edward.
Yeah,
and there's going to be a free hit.
Yeah. Just to go back to your point, Vidya, for me it's a breath of fresh air to see feeder teams, if you like, in action. The West Indies A team out in South Africa, and the West Indies Academy in battle against Ireland at Antigua, the emerging Ireland team. So it's very good. It's very good to see that cricket is being played.
Very straight pull shot there. Got that one very early and straight to the field, unfortunately. Had that gone into the gap, that could have gone to the boundary. But definitely we're seeing more shots, more aggressive shots being played by Jagisar. There was an attempted on-drive in the last over. Now a pull off the front foot. Just tells you how slow this track is. He's pulling off the front foot here, Jagisar. So he is starting to explore the attacking side to his game now.
Yeah, it just seemed to be a slow delivery from Nathan Edward. Just seemed to roll his fingers down the side of the ball. I like the look of Edward, though. Left arm always gets me out of my seat.
Something about left-handed players and batters that does attract the eye. There's a story about Paul Collingwood, the former England player, who was running in the gym one day, and he saw a batsman. He was looking on the mirror, and he was looking at this batsman, and found that he was looking very attractive, and then suddenly realized he was watching himself batting in another game but because he was watching it through the mirror, he was batting left-handed. He said, well, left-handers do look a bit more attractive than other players, than right-handed batsmen.
Yeah, I'd be a bit biased here. I do think so. When you look at left-handed batters from the past, you look at Kumar Sangakkara, classy left-hander, and of course, our very own Prince himself, Brian Charles Lara.
Perhaps the most elegant of them all.
Yeah, certainly is. Just one slip for Nathan Edward, Adrian Seeley.
Again, they're trying to put the pressure on Jagisar here, but he got there in time and got there pretty comfortably in the end. So it's going to be the left-handed Joseph to face up here. And you can see we were out there a bit earlier, Kadir, and you were giving your thoughts on the pitch itself. And you were mentioning the fact that there's still a little bit of moisture, and you can see from the footmarks that have been kicked up by the bowlers here, those darker spots. That just shows you there's just a little bit of moisture there under the surface.
Yeah, there's some underlying moisture. As per this early start times, 9:30, we do expect that early morning moisture. And taking into consideration the pitch was unused, it was covered for quite some time.
It would have been sweating as we were when we were out there. It was very hot out there this morning, which is good. I'm sure the players would have appreciated that. If anyone detected, if you were here to watch the training, if you detected a little bit more energy from the players, I think they're very happy to be out there. The West Indies under-19, T&T U23, and away to our left, just outside of your picture, the USA under-19 are doing a training session in the distance. Well, Joseph now getting into the act. He's starting to play some aggressive shots. Both batsmen facing up to just over 20 deliveries, 21 and 22 for these two, and 11 and 10 for Joseph and Jagisar respectively. Trinidad and Tobago 27 without loss after 7 overs. Quiet start here, and you really do sense the importance that this innings is taking in the minds of these two batters. They need to set us a firm foundation here.
Yeah, winning the toss and batting, you want to build on that decision to bat first. You want to back that up. Skipper himself, he's out there, and they would know batting first. They would want to get upwards 200, I would think.
Well, if anything's going to tell you how slow the outfield is, well then he's gotten rid of the helmet, and he's going to face up. He's going to be batting with the cap, and that's also because there's going to be spin on at the moment. So it is going to be the man with the number 31 on his back. That's Tariq Edward, the other Edward involved in the game. There are 2 Alis and 2 Edwards involved. So Tariq Edward, the off spinner, going to be in action now. Immediately getting some turn there. That one came back into the right-hander pretty sharply.
Yeah, slow turn for Tariq Edward, off spinner. Quite tall too. Is Edward good long levers, good attributes. Still a slip in, so it shows that has that one that maybe just slides across, maybe just goes on with the arm. Predominantly the off spinner would turn the ball back into the right hander.
Well left there by the right-hander, Jagisar. Edward was part of that West Indies under-19 team against the Sri Lanka team. Played in both test matches and played in the ODI series. Some of the players would have played in one series and not the other. Chance here for a run out perhaps, and Joseph gets back in pretty safely. Nice bounce for the fielder, but couldn't make the most out of it. Joseph was very quickly down to the other end. It's coming back to Edward here. Actually took 4 wickets in the first unofficial the youth test match, and 3 in the other with his off breaks. and got a nice 53 not out in one of the ODI matches. So it does have the makings of a good young all-rounder.
Yeah, quite handy all-round player. Can bat lower order. I'm just looking at the field for the left-handed and Becky Joseph. There is a long off and a deep mid-wicket.
There's that short extra cover in place also for him. Well, given the slow nature of the pitch, a mistimed drive could end up in his hands. Yeah, didn't quite get to the pitch of that one. A bit faster through the air from the bowler. Just sliding off the surface of the bat and down to that backward point position. That's exactly what they want him to do. Just keep play those aggressive shots at deliveries like that.
Yeah, exactly what the skipper would ask of Tariq Edward.
That was a bit short. Now there's a man out at deep mid-wicket, and perhaps he's being a bit watchful here at the start, Joseph, but decided not to go after that one. 28 without loss after 8 overs in this match between the Trinidad and Tobago under 23s and West Indies under 19s. This action here on Cricket 360. Thanks so much for joining us here for the action here at Balmain Couva. So there's going to be a double change, and it looks like Seeley is going to start off his spell at the other end. Left arm orthodox spinner Nathan Seeley. So one's going to be turning it away from the right-hander. And, well, of course, the off-spinner turning it in. So challenging both sides of the bat here. The West Indies under-19 team. Where at the first slip position. And the field for the left-arm orthodox spinner, well, there is, you would expect the slip to be in place. Backward point, cover point. Extra cover, short extra cover, mid-off, and a long on in place. There's also a deep mid-wicket and a backward, and there's a, let's see, that's a backward square leg.
Yeah. So spin from both ends now. Nathan Seeley, left arm orthodox. The West Indies under 19 boys probably just realized what is on offer.
Chance at a run out. Ooh, not far away. That one. It was a good bit of fielding there by Seeley. Got across it very quickly and got the throw off, but ooh, it was that close.
Yeah, again
Jackie could have been a goner.
Yeah, again some shaky running between these two. It seems to have a lack of communication there, these two. I'm not sure if they would have batted together previously.
Yeah, and that's one of the features of these teams, players brought together who may not necessarily have played with each other. So they're still trying to find some chemistry here in terms of their running, Joseph and Jagesa. Good amount of bounce on that one. That one just seemed to pop a little bit on Joseph, but he was well and truly over it. We've seen a couple deliveries keep a little bit low already from the pacers, from the seamers. Bit of a field change here. There's going to be fielder in that mid-wicket position.
Yeah, there's a shortish mid-on and a mid-wicket now. Backward square and a man out at deep mid-wicket. It's also another at long on.
Yeah, those are the two men out on the boundary at the moment, deep mid-wicket and the long on. Joseph working it nicely into the gap. Better running here from these two. Also better placement of the ball. The problem has been those three-quarter run situations there where it's just a little bit dicey. That's where they've been a little bit suspect, but they've gotten to 30 runs off 53 deliveries between Jagesa and Joseph here.
Yeah, steady start so far from these two. Want this to continue.
12th man just racing across behind the side screen as the T&T on the 23 band was getting ready to face up.
Bit of bounce that time from Sealy.
And a lack of bounce on that last one. A bit shorter that time, and if anything, the fact that it kept so low is the reason why it wasn't put away for a boundary. But that was very, very short. Ends off his first over. Nathan Sealy getting a couple of deliveries to pop here. That's what stuck out to me in that last over. And just dragging one down, but no real damage done. 9 overs gone, 31 without loss. But you've been watching from the start as we have, and you do get the feeling that these two want to get on with it. You're seeing more and more attacking shots coming in. And can they get that right balance between defense and attack here in these early stages? That's just as they try to set up a platform for a big score for T&T on the 23s.
Yeah, again, you've still got to be watchful. Just 9 overs old. The innings, that is. Still a lot more time.
Oh, he's gone through him. That's hit the off stump. And he's celebrating. Edward has the first wicket. And he was bowled all over the place there, playing forward to that one. And look at that wonderful sight here. And that is the classic delivery that all the off spinners dream about. Talk us through this one. Through the gate and bowled.
Very good delivery from Tariq Edward. High action, bit of air, and got it in the right area. Jagasar well forward, but that's exactly what Tariq Edward would have wanted. They just gone through the gate and picked the off stump. So good start from Tariq Edward as Jagasar has to go, and it's 31 for 1.
Great delivery there by Edward, and the celebration alone told you that how much he enjoyed that. That is exactly what off spinners love to see. Just pitching it out, just outside of that off stump, just enough turn. Jagisar perhaps a little bit late on it, and just through the gate and hit the top of off stump. Brilliant stuff here from Edward, and he strikes the first blow for the West Indies under 19 team.
Yeah, classic off spinners delivery. Good dismissal from Tariq Edward. That give him some confidence, a lot of confidence in fact. Striking in just his second over. So now 2 left-handers for the T&T under 23s. Kyle Ramdu in at number 3, wicketkeeper batter.
Another one of those who, like Jagisar, disappointment there for Jagisar because he'd actually started to really look good out there, but then get a real peach of a delivery there from Edward to be dismissed. Now another player who has perhaps a chance to make it onto this West Indies under 19 team, and he will certainly know that he needs to put in a good score here. Left-handed wicket-keeper batsman, and he's facing up to Edward, who has just taken the first wicket. He was searching for that one. Great, a fair amount of air there being offered by Edward. And with his height, with the height that Tariq Edward has, he's maybe not as tall as a Roger Harper or so, but Tariq Edward is able to, he brings it down from quite a height. Now asking his mid-on to step a few paces back. And Joseph is now going to be facing up. 12 of 27. And a second a gully now brought in place. Oh, that's a naughty delivery. And that could end up in the first boundary we've had in quite a while. We haven't had a boundary since the first over. And there is the second one. That one getting to the ropes and put away nicely there by Joseph. Full toss and halfway in between a sweep and a flick. Crashing into the Vashers Food Limited sign, and that's a welcome boundary there for Ramdu, correction, the second left-hander out there.
Yeah, good way to get off the mark for Kyle Ramdu. Wayward delivery from Edward, but well put away by Ramdu. Sweeping away, beating that man at a shortish backward square. But Edward back on target. Staying a bit in line that time. Made the correction now, Tariq Edward. 2 slips now.
Again, that one keeping it a little bit low, but he was playing with a straight bat, so just got something on it. May not have hit the stumps anyway. Was moving away from that off stump, but Edward doing a good job of pitching these deliveries largely just above that off stump line, forcing the batsman to play each time.
And he's getting a bit of bounce too, Vidya. You could clearly see the plan from Pascal and company. 2 slips. Successful over from Edward comes to an end. At the end of 10, it's 35 for 1, the T&T under-23s.
Yeah, he certainly did enjoy that, didn't he? And that's the end of a pretty successful over for him, as you mentioned. So 35 for 1, 3.5 and over. Even my suspect arithmetic can do that one. Jagisar going for 13. Did all the hard work, Jagisar, and just succumbed to a really good delivery there from Seeley. But for as I mentioned earlier, these batters who do have that opportunity perhaps to address the selectors getting a chance in this West Indies under-19 team, they are under a different kind of pressure from some of the other players in this T&T under-23. Of course, the West Indies under-19s will be the favorites to win this game.
Yeah, guys, a couple of guys with some points to prove.
Propped up, not far away. May have been, well, they were thinking maybe bat onto pad, but seemed to be all pad.
Yeah, again, Nathan Seeley. This time from over the wicket to left-handed Joseph.
Sliding off the face of the bat, and that's going to result in 2. Joseph gets back down there. What a household that must be for the Joseph family. You have Janaba, who is a West Indies player, and scored a 50 recently to lead her team to victory in a T20 match, I believe it was. And here's Mbeki. Must be some very interesting dinner conversation.
Yeah. And of course, Mbeki Joseph too would have represented the West Indies under-19.
Well, his sister has one up on him, doesn't she? She said, well, I've gotten all the way. It's now up to you, sir. But I mean, all part of
healthy competition.
Healthy competition, that's right. Fair dose of sibling rivalry there also. Yep, down the leg side. Just pitching maybe about leg stump and going further down the leg side. Nicely taken by Jewel Andrew. We talked about him earlier. What a prospect he is. 16 years of age, made his list day debut for the Leeward Islands a couple of weeks back at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Bit short, pulled away into the gap, and the fielder can't get there. So that thuds into the boundary boards for the third boundary of the innings. And Joseph was in there for quite a while. That was a bit short, and he gave it the treatment.
Yeah, pulled way in front of square. In full control this time. Mbeki Joseph. Couple of bounces and into the boundary. Good shot, a good start from him. He's on to 18. And Nathan Seeley guilty of pulling a bit too short at that time.
That's better. Good return delivery from Seeley. And he does have a bit of a magician's approach to the wicket. The arms are just moving in different ways, almost like he's trying to conjure up a spell. That's a short one, and he could conjure up a wicket here, but that's gone all the way. That's a very good shot there from the batsman. It was short, but we don't see too many sixes being hit into the wind here. And he certainly put that one away very well. Joseph with the first 6 of the match.
Yeah, again, short delivery and again well put away. Joseph getting deep into his crease, open up his hips and got a good chunk of it all the way for 6. Got the elevation, got the result. A good end to the over. Pretty expensive one from Sealy. Some 11 coming from it. And a 48 for 1 after 11. Joseph on to 24 now from 33 deliveries.
So a couple of bowling changes so far already for the West Indies under 19s. 3 overs each from the opening bowlers, Nathan and James, Edward and Sealy. Now in action here. Edward into his third over. You'd expect to see the spinners maybe on for a little bit longer here.
Yeah, well flighted delivery this time from Edward. Again, those two deep fielders out at long off and the other at deep mid wicket. Tell you the inner field, there's a slip. There's a slip, a backward point, a cover point, a shortish extra cover, a mid on, a mid wicket, and a man at square leg, just to the right of the umpire, square leg umpire.
Well, Ramdu getting himself into a little bit of a tangle there. There's always a hint of mischief under the surface of Ramdu's cricket. You just get a feeling that there's always something happening in that mind of his. Loves to play his shots and gets that one through the gap. Only going to get one this time.
He's a quite attractive stroke maker, Kyle Ramdu, when he's on. But yeah, rightly so. You mentioned a lot of things going on in his head. And I just wonder if he gets the feeling as though he needs to get on with it. Just needs to relax, play his game. Still a lot of overs to bat. And of course, he would want to make an impression on this game.
Yeah, that's going to be a wide, and not sure if the batter got a touch onto it, but they will get a couple of runs here. They get them pretty easy. In fact, it's gone all the way. Just nestling against the rope there, and there's a signal by umpire Bassarat. That's going to be 5 wides, and Trinidad and Tobago just one away from the 50 here. In fact, they've gotten there. Yeah, there it is, just thudding into the rope. And every now and again, I'm sure Edward would want to work on this. He has served up a couple of loose deliveries in each of his overs so far. When he gets to the World Cup and against highly motivated players, they might make him pay for those.
He is guilty of straying in line at Tariq Edward. Not much of a breeze this time. It's quite still. From where we sit, certainly, it looks that way.
Yeah, in fact, if we do get a wider view of it, not much stirring in the leaves around.
Yeah. Probably just overcompensating Tariq Edward.
I thought you meant the weather was overcompensating after a few days of rain. Now it's decided to... Now Mother Nature has decided, well, let's turn on the air condition. Let's turn on the heater there for them. End of the over. One poor delivery in the over, but Sealy, who wears his heart on his sleeve, his head aiming up towards the heavens here, just regretting a few of those deliveries. 55 for 1 after 12 overs. And look at the count of dot balls so far. I think it is pretty hot. Even the umpires signaling for a drink. I think he's signaling that the drinks break may be coming right after the end of this over. Yes, we are just about 10:30, so that's what's coming up next.
Yeah, another bowling change. Joshua Dawn into the attack. Another off spinner. Fifth bowling change for the West Indies under 19s so far. And Becky Joseph, he's looked solid. 25 from 34. Here's Dawn.
Yeah, Dawn out of Barbados. And another one of those players who would have played in tests and ODIs for the West Indies under 19 in Sri Lanka. And more than a useful player here. Tell you about him in a minute. and got 3 for 16 against the Sri Lankans in the only innings that he bowled in. 1 for 14 against the Sri Lankans in the last ODI match played. But more known for his batting, really. Got 56 and 34. 2 useful scores against Sri Lanka in the ODI series, where the West Indies went down 3-2 in that one.
Yeah.
Joseph really had to work that one into the gap. He's looking for a second run, but is sent back, and wisely so. That would have been run out by a margin.
Yeah, again, should have been an easy single. Kyle Ramdev was a bit late in taking off. But it went all the way down to long off fielder. He had to go away to his right a bit. Should have been an easy single. All's well that ends well. Ramdev 5 from 10. And it's always pretty handy to have these top order players bowl a bit too. Always gives the captain some extra options.
Yeah, played into the gap, just beating the fielder. They will get... should have gotten a couple there, but...
Sloppy work from Edward, Tariq Edward at backward point.
Yeah, I don't think he's too happy with his work there. Still playing on his mind that last over that he bowled. Of course, when you're fielding, you have to switch that off. Oh, that's cut into the gap. And that was an airy-fairy shot there by Ramdev. But the important thing was he got it into the gap and picks up the single. He does seem to have the ability, the way he shapes up to play every delivery, seems that he could play maybe about 2 or 3 different shots at the same time. And I think that's when he gets himself in a bit of a tangle. That time, a nice, attractive shot. I mean, as you mentioned, he is an attractive stroke maker. And Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s will be hoping that he does blossom in this innings. At the end of the 13th over, 58 for 1. Mbeki Joseph on 27 of 38 deliveries. Jagistar, the only batter to go, out for 13. And Ramdev there on 6 of 12 deliveries. We'll take a break ourselves. And we'll leave you with the news that T&T under the 23s after the first hour of 58 for 1 against the West Indies under 19 team. The first game has started in this series involving West Indies under 19s, T&T under 23, and the USA under 19. Still on the back foot and paid the price, just turning enough to beat the edge of the bat, thudding into the pad, and that was the end of it for him there. So that'll bring Orlando James, the young man out of Tobago, another one of the promising young cricketers out of Tobago, and his older brother Joshua James is now part, of course, of the West Indies Academy, and here he is, younger brother. I don't know if you would have seen the battle between those two brothers, Orlando and Joshua, in a tournament in Tobago last year. They were trying to outdo each other to who would hit the ball into the sea up in Tobago. But he's a feisty competitor, young Orlando James. Fine young player out of Tobago, and let's see how he goes here.
Yeah, Orlando James, a good opportunity for him. And that James family, a lot of wealth of talent flowing through.
Yeah, these are just the first two. There still are about, I believe it's 4 other young brothers who come up, and they're all very good cricketers. So, and Joshua, of course, part of the Jamaica Talawa setup for the last 2 seasons. Orlando hoping to follow him soon into that setup.
Here he is with a good opportunity. Orlando James, another good delivery from Edwards, spinning, beating the inner half of the bat. Video Ramful, excellent bowling from young Edward.
Yeah, just played for too much turn there that time, and that one just fizzing past the edge. Nicely taken by Andrew. Andrew hasn't really done too much wrong here behind the stump so far. What a player to have. Andrew, who is a fine player, 80 against Sri Lanka that he had earlier this year, and making his debut for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, Form 5 student is Joel Andrew.
Wow.
Yeah, that's amazing. But another successful over from Tariq Edward comes to an end. 14 done. It's 60 for 2.
Well, in Form 5, I'm sure there are a lot of Form 5 students around, but you think back to when you were in Form 5. Your biggest concern was to make the school team, and maybe even the under-16 team in the school. He's gone way beyond that. He's made the Leeward Islands team at the age of 16. That is absolutely remarkable. And it is a huge thing to put on the shoulders of a youngster. A huge responsibility, a huge amount of pressure on the youngster. So far, he's coped well with it, Joel Andrew, and he's seen a lot of Trinidad and Tobago in the last couple of months. Yeah. Just look at the way he took that. You can see the nice silky movements that he has with his hands and feet. Well coordinated.
Yeah. Fine young player, Joel Andrew. I'm interested to see how his progress would be. Poor delivery from Dawn.
Hammered away, and they will get a couple runs here. And they get back safely. But not the best of deliveries there from Dawn. And all of the bowlers so far, if you want to be hypercritical of the West Indies under-19 team, they've served up at least one bad ball per over. But given that this is a Trinidad and Tobago team thrown together for this tournament, they haven't really taken advantage of a lot of these. Oh, what a stop. What a stop that was. Nicely done there by Pascal, the big man out of Dominica, diving away, the West Indies skipper, to make the stop.
Yeah, leading by example, Stephen Pascal in there at a shortish extra cover position.
That's it high up into the air. The fielder's getting across, can't get there, and gets it on the first bounce. Just a 1. Another chancy looking shot there by Ramdu. He's played a couple of these shots here. He does tend to go very hard early, and has rode his luck so far. 9 of 16 here, Kadir.
Yeah, this is Kyle Ramdu for you. He likes to get after the bowling. Thinks he just needs to be a bit more patient at the start of his innings. And it's just something that he needs to work out in his head. 9 from 16. Relatively new to the crease, you have to say, Kyle Ramdu. And got to respect the conditions, respect the surfaces, respect the opposition bowlers as well.
John, just the 6 runs off his first 11 deliveries so far.
Still that slip in place. Nathan Seeley.
Oh, that one crept under the bat there. Very full delivery and just played all over that one. Orlando James hasn't found his feet just yet. 4 deliveries paced. And at the end of 15 overs, Trinidad and Tobago under 23 team are 63 for 2. So they picked up 28 runs in the last 5 overs. And that's a substantial change in what we've seen from them. They got 35 after the first 10 overs. So the last 5 overs have been a bit more profitable in terms of picking up the runs. However, they lost Jagisai in the 10th over and Becky Joseph going in the last one. So a process of rebuilding once again here for the T&T under 23s.
Yeah, definitely a rebuilding phase. Both Ramdu and James. Tariq Edward to continue. Kyle Ramdu just needs to bat some time here. 3 deep fielders. A man sweeping the extra cover boundary. Long off and a deep mid wicket. When you look at Ramdu rehearsing a sweep shot, it was way outside the off stump. I'm not sure that's the right shot to be playing so early on.
Especially to Edward, who's turning the ball across him.
And he's getting bounced too.
Yeah. And plays that one nicely. And I was talking about the fact that he seems to be able to play different shots to each ball. And you saw that with the previous shot, that sweep shot. He could have done almost anything there. But maybe it just speaks to shot selection issues within his game. James taking his guard once again. Nervous start here for James. Just the 4 deliveries faced. Needs to get a couple balls up the center of the bat. Like that.
Yeah, you have to get off the mark, young Orlando James.
Well, there are 2 things you go out there. The first thing, you just want to get a solid contact with the ball. After that, if you get your first runs off it, fine. But we've seen this from James. He tends to really try. He's well schooled in terms of his game. He tries to really dig himself in, make the best use of those early deliveries, just play himself in, and then start to attack later on. But when he gets going, he's quite destructive.
Yeah, he's quite organized. The batter is out of the textbook, if you like.
Ooh. Well, you almost punished him there with a praise. There, Kadir. That one is hitting off the boot and onto the pad and staying out of the stump. 16 overs gone, 64 for 2. And, of course, we say hello to all of our viewers here on Cricket West Indies. Thanks so much for joining us here. And you're seeing the West Indies under 19 coming back into it. T&T 64 for 2, but really it has been the West Indies under 19 team. In the last 5 overs, they've just started to get themselves going.
Yeah. Orlando James yet to get off the mark. It's going to be Ramdu. He's going to be facing up to Joshua Dawn. Dawn into his 3rd over. Off spinner. And bowling from that northern end. Beautiful conditions. You have to say it's a lovely sunny day. It's a Monday morning. This one is pleasantly driven through. Extra cover. Just going to be 1 in it. But I'm so happy to have cricket video, and I'm sure these guys, they'd be more than happy to be out on the park.
I know the Americans are certainly very happy to be out here playing at the moment. They were actually doing some warm-ups with the football, not the soccer ball as they would call it, but the football. Just peeping across as we're doing this game, looking across to see what they were doing. They were doing some tag football. Not sure if you've ever thrown an American football. Have you ever thrown one?
Never. I've never done that. Unfortunately, not video.
It's a single here for Ramdu. I think you might have been pretty good at that with that arm of yours.
Yeah, I'm sure you've done a lot of that in your time in the United States.
Yeah, it's a game I enjoy. I really do enjoy it. Had my favorites in the past. Certainly had a chance to see a couple games, so always great to see. Enjoy the different sports in the U.S. Nicely driven, and we'll get one. Highlight really was watching a college basketball game. That was something to see. School that I went to would have been one of the top schools in the Midwestern side, the University of Utah. We had a player called Van Horn who went on to play in the NBA. He had played the year I was there. Turned away. We'll get one here. A couple of the West Indies under-19 players could have gone into basketball, I tell you. Especially the likes of Pascal, who's pretty tall. Dawn not that far away either. Maybe a small forward. What do you think? Curtly Ambrose, of course, was one who wanted to play basketball. Into the gap again. Another single this time. Yeah. Oh, and there's a little bit of slipping and sliding. They get an extra run. Yeah, there's some sign that there maybe is still a little bit of moisture, a bit soft in the outfield, and the player tumbling over. He seems to be okay, though. 17 overs gone, 70 for 2. The last thing that one of these under-19 players would want is to pick up an injury at this time, with just about 6 weeks ago, or a little bit more, to the start of the tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. You would not want to be carrying an injury into a World Cup.
And even worse, to miss the World Cup altogether.
Yeah. That'd be heartbreaking, I might imagine.
It certainly is. To miss out on the eve of a World Cup would be really cruel for any player. So Edward is going to continue here. 2 wickets for him already.
Yeah, good work off his own bowling, Tariq Edward. It's a short mid-wicket. Shortish mid-wicket. And just seemed to have done some damage. Tariq Edward doing some fielding off his own bowling. He's a strong boy. He's going to continue. That's not going to faze him too much.
Well, the little we've seen of him so far in this game, he is always going to give 100% and more. Well, theoretically at least. You can only give 100%, but, you know, for everybody likes to say we give 150, but
for emphasis.
But you can really only give 100%, and he has given that. Yes, the first run for Orlando James, the young man from Wim in Tobago, off the mark here, off his 13th delivery. Actually, he was off the mark there, correction, but picking up another single.
Yeah.
Unusual spelling to his first name. It's not, I know many call him Orlando James, but it's actually Orlando. There's no R in it. I know I've seen it misspelled many times in the newspapers or so. Orlando James is his name.
So much variations.
Joshua. Yes.
Pretty interesting field set for the left-hander. Slip, a shortish extra cover. There's also extra cover in place. And a backward point. It's a sweeper on the extra cover boundary.
And a long off in place at the moment. That long off is having an animated discussion. Nathan Edward.
Yeah, Tariq Edward just seems to have done some damage to his hand early on in this over, doing some fielding off his own bowling. And
yeah, the physio, just outside of your picture there, the physio is just doing some work with him. Yeah, there he is there. There's the physio on for the West Indies under-19 team. Just checking out, hopefully he will be able to continue here. As we mentioned, the last thing you want is an injury at this point. That'll rule you out of perhaps the biggest tournament of your young life.
And it's his bowling hand too, his right hand.
As the American friends would say, well, 10 Clydesdale horses could not drag me out of this team.
Yeah, he's done well so far, Tariq Edward, to pick up the 2 wickets to fall, the only 2 to go down. He's got Justin Jagasar bowled for 9, and captain and Becky Joseph leg before for 29. 71 for 2 after 17.2 overs.
Inconsistent start from the seamers in their first 6 overs, and it is the spinners and especially Edward that has done the trick here for this team, the West Indies under-19 team. They're here in Trinidad, of course, for a 2-week training camp, part of their ongoing preparations for the under-19 World Cup, as we mentioned. And the under-19 World Cup will be played in Sri Lanka in January and February 2024. And in case you lost track of time, it's not that far away, 2024. It's just a few weeks away. And just to give you the full squad, in case you are not aware, Stephen Pascal, the captain, Jewel Andrew, Ravendra Dindial, Joshua Dawn, Nathan Edward, Tariq Edward, Rion Edwards this time, Deshaun James, Devoni Joseph, Zishan Motara, Tamari Redwood, Nathan Seeley, Renico Smith, Stephen Wedderburn, and Adrian Ware. That's the team here, the 15-man squad in Trinidad for this 2-week training camp. And fans of T&T cricket would detect there are no T&T under-19 players, but they are on this T&T under-23 team, several of them vying for perhaps a last chance in this series to attract the eye of the selectors.
Yeah, certainly a good opportunity for 6 guys with a realistic chance of making the West Indies under-19 team. But Tariq Edward, with some running repairs, he's gotten that sorted out and he's ready to pick up the attack once more. 2 for 16. Kyle Ramdu is not out on 14. Orlando James on 3. Left-hander, right-hander. Left-handed Ramdu, right-handed Orlando James.
Edward going to continue. This is his 6th over, of course. That's powerfully past the fielder. I think it got through the hands and it came off his left boot. And there is Edward. That's Nathan Edward to clean up. That got through the hands of, is that Seeley? Yes,
yeah.
It is Seeley.
Nathan's,
got through his hands very quickly.
Yeah, powerful looking drive from Ramdu.
Coaching staff at the back, they are just having a look at what's going on.
So good to see too, lending that support. Young guys just making their way in international cricket. Young careers. A couple of guys from Barbados, Vidya. I'm sure you would be accustomed, or you would be another quick
chance. He had a run out and he gets back in pretty comfortably. But again, Edward, we mentioned him giving everything out there at the moment, and another despairing dive to make the stop. And that one just escaped him.
Yeah, I'm sure you'd be familiar with a couple of these names, Video. We saw them for the Barbados under-17s, the recently concluded under-17 Rising Stars tournament. Jatario Prescott, a right-arm fast bowler, and Kyron King, also a right-arm fast bowler.
Yeah.
They were wreaking havoc in the under-17 tournaments due to their extra pace. Tall guys too, Jatario Prescott. I'm not seeing them around. I've seen Zishan Motara, the leg spinner, who was also in that team. He's currently on this West Indies under-19 team, but I've not seen these guys around.
Well, on the other side of that, there is the Trinidad and Tobago under-17 player, Adian Racha, who's in. Very promising young fast bowler. He also starred in that under-17 tournament for T&T. That one kept low, but Ramdu does well to get it into the gap and pick up 1. It's always exciting to watch youth tournaments, really to see what is coming true. And don't know how you feel about what you've seen here so far today. Slowish pitch here at the National Cricket Centre, but it's quite an interesting battle that's shaping up. Trinidad and Tobago attempting to put on a total of some substance after 18 overs, 75 for 2. And they've lost the openers, Jagisar for 13 and Joseph for 23. Ramdu has looked largely untroubled. A couple of shots that went in the air. In the meantime, Orlando James, as he usually does, trying to build a platform here for his assault later on, he would hope. Projected score for T&T in the region of 209 at the moment. West Indies under 19 will be hoping they can get T&T out here for a low score and go on to get a comfortable win. They are the team favored to win this one. And there's another change coming here.
Yeah, Nathan Seeley back into the attack. 2 overs previously, none for 16.
Actually went for 10 off his last 2 balls in that second over.
Yeah.
So just giving a little bit of a breather. Now back on. Slip in place for him.
Quite interesting approach to the crease. What do you make of it, Video?
Yeah, it's the hands that really attract the attention, don't they, as he's coming in. He sort of stands 1 foot firmly on the ground, the other just the ankle just off the ground. There it is. We'll get the single. And the fact that he's wearing the white sleeves also, it just emphasizes the motion of his hands as they just sort of try to lull you into playing a bad shot. Of course, some players in the past would have objected to him bowling with those sleeves on with a white ball in his hand. Dean Jones famously would have objected to Curtly Ambrose bowling with some red wristbands. Why did he get an airful after that? Great delivery there from Seeley. That one just touching down around the off stump. Just doing enough to beat the edge of James, but didn't take the edge. Just there is that slip waiting in the form of Adrian Ware. Beating him again. They're appealing for a catch at the wicket here. No touch on that one, but it was another excellent delivery from Seeley. James beaten all ends up here. He's off the mark now and has picked up 4 runs in the last 6 deliveries, but he's looked anything but comfortable out there, the man from Tobago. That's good from Ramdu, just coming down and just to break the sequence of those 2 deliveries, just giving him some words of advice, maybe some what we're doing later on. Just let's just weather the storm here. That's better from James. Silly round the wicket. Just pitching it in the area that he can get either. Also bringing the LBW into play here. Just dropping it in line, getting it to straighten. So a challenge here for James. Ramdu has looked relatively untroubled. 17 of 23 as the 18th over comes to an end. It's been all spin since the 6th over of the innings here. And West Indies under 19s with 3 spinners in operation at the moment. Tariq Edwards, Nathan Seeley and Joshua Dawn. And this pitch certainly will provide great practice for them. Very similar conditions to what we will see, I'm sure, in Sri Lanka when the team goes across there to play. Several members of this West Indies under-19 team would have been part of the team that was in action last World Cup. As Torn is one of those who is on the team this time round again. Dawn's going to continue here. And you might have detected also there are a couple of players missing from this team that toured Sri Lanka earlier this year. Just hammers that back straight to the bowler, who does well and makes the stop. He may have actually prevented umpire Bassarat from copying one to the feet there. Umpire Bassarat was nimbly stepping out of the way. That's a bit short, and James picks up one. Yeah, missing from that tour of Sri Lanka, Jordan Johnson and Thorne. They competed recently in the 2023 Super 50 Cup here in Trinidad, so they might not be here because they've been rested. Johnson actually played very, very well for the CCC. Absolutely fearless, young Jordan Johnson. And as you would remember, 300s against Sri Lanka in that series earlier this year. He's played a fair amount of cricket.
Yeah, young Jordan Johnson out of Jamaica. Quite attractive young player. And those 300s would have really stood out for me. Foreign conditions, Sri Lanka, ball spinning. Yeah, that was something amazing from Jordan Johnson. But he'd want to continue in that vein. Would have gotten the list A experience. CCC.
Yeah, he played his part actually in that CCC win. They pulled off a really good win against the Windward Islands at UE Spec. And he was there with the captain of the CCC team,
Shane Dorridge.
Shane Dorridge, of course, who scored 100 in that game. And his innings with Dorridge, of course, was the driving force, but his counter-attacking innings certainly played a big part, Johnson. Oh, that hammered past the bowler. Certainly, technically, that was a catch, but don't think too many people would have been catching that.
Yeah, good from Orlando James, playing with the spin, a bit uppish, but got it well away from Thorne, able to pick up a single. He's just starting to rotate strike now, Orlando James. 6 from 20, Ramdu 21 from 29.
Played nicely into the gap. He's picked up quite a few of his runs in that region and does look an attractive stroke player. End of 20 overs. At the end of 20 overs, the Trinidad and Tobago under 23 team have progressed to 82 for 2. So no wickets lost in that 5-over block, but only 19 runs. So it's an attritional period here for the Trinidad and Tobago under 23 team. And great credit to the West Indies under 19 team and their spinners putting on the pressure here in those last 5 overs.
Yeah, certainly. The spinners doing a job for Pascal. Pacers were a bit indifferent up front. They were not able to hit their lines and lengths, hit their straps early on. Spinners now getting into their work. Nathan Seeley.
And you would expect that the spinners will be doing a lot of work for the West Indies under 19s in Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
Known for their spinning tracks across there and producing some fine spinners indeed.
Yeah, and nice again from Ramdu. Just realizing the situation, and he's just buckled down. He's looked a bit more watchful now, and he's rotating strike quite nicely, getting deep into his crease, working it away. He's getting forward. He's committed on the front foot. Good stuff so far from Ramdu. Hope he continues in this vein.
Yeah, he has shelved those big shots, hasn't he?
Yeah.
A couple of them going in the gaps, and he's learned his lesson pretty quickly and has put those shots away at the moment. Well, now he's going to pick up a single. Well, we did say he was going to put away those shots, but he's pulled one back out, as we mentioned. Well, that's Orlando James this time, getting the single. And James, of course, might be doing some bowling later on today. Just looking at the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 team, only 2 players out of those 11 players named don't bowl. So they do have a wealth of options. As for the West Indies under 19 team, a lot of spin options in this team. We've seen the off spin of Dawn and Edwards so far, and the seam of James. Gets that one round the corner, and we'll pick up one. Just going to be one this time. They're going back for the second run. That's good running. Realize the situation well there, Ramdu. and picked it up well and got the single. That's the other side to his game. And you can tell that he's a fan of the Bravo brothers, don't you?
Yeah, just didn't get a tickle on that one. Ramdu gets 2 leg buys. I felt like he missed out there. Down the leg side.
Oh, and he's balled. And as we were talking about earlier, he does seem to want to get on with it and just steps away to the leg side, trying to play the big shot to the offside, and is bowled comprehensively. He's out for 23, and that's not a shot that I think he'll remember very fondly for a long time.
Yeah, what a gift of a wicket for Nathan Seeley. Ramdu, we just mentioned how comfortable he was looking, just starting to get into his innings, and just like that, he has played a shot in anger. I don't know if it's in anger, if it's a premeditated shot, but just shimmying to the leg side to give himself some room, and completely missing that delivery. Seeley picks up his first wicket. Ramdu goes bowled 86 for 3 now, the T&T under-23s.
So Andrew Rambaran is coming to the track, and Andrew Rambaran, some may have considered him a bit unlucky not to be with the West Indies under-19 team in that tour of Sri Lanka earlier this year, but gets another chance here to perhaps show off what he's made of. An attractive batsman, a very, very solid player. Andrew Rambaran also very more than useful with his left arm orthodox spin.
Yeah, Andrew Rambaran, another one of those young players who came through the age groups. He's done well, scored a lot of runs at school level too, but here he is with another proposition. West Indies under 19 bowlers in front of him, left-hander of course, and he has a job to do. But he was speaking about Kyle Ramdu video, and so much things going on in his head, and that was clear to see there at that time. No clarity in thought, and just really gifted his wicket away at a stage in his innings where he was looking comfortable. He was looking like he could go on to get something of more substance, but it's not to be.
Yeah, he really did give away his wicket there, and I don't think when he looks back at that he'll be very happy with his shot there. I think the thought process, if anything, you have to question that sometimes about his game. He loves to get on with it, but maybe the circumstances didn't call for that. But maybe to say that is to take away the credit also of this West Indies under-19 team as the 21st over comes to an end, 86 for 3, because they were building the pressure nicely. 19 runs in that last 5-over block, and the pressure was building slowly on the Trinidad and Tobago batsman, and that shot perhaps a product of that pressure.
Yeah, I just wonder why though, because he was getting singles, he was rotating the strike quite nicely. He didn't seem to be bogged down, or he just seems to be in full control, and it's really, really disappointing from Ramdu. Got 23 from 33 deliveries, but he's come, he's gone, and another Andrew Rambaran gets an opportunity.
Well, Dawn's going to continue here. Number 5 on his back, the man from Barbados. And a full toss to start off the over. Just going to be one. It was one of those high and uncomfortable full tosses that towards the leg side. Those are pretty difficult to put away. We've seen a lot of bowlers use them late in T20 matches.
Yeah.
So just getting the single there. Dawn played for Barbados under 17 in the championships last year.
Slight changes to the field now.
His dad, Tony Dawn, has played a big part in his career. And, of course, all of the coaches deserve some credit coming up. Richard Clark, of course, at Passage Road, one of them. That's an attractive shot there to start off from Rambaran. And how easy, he just pushed it into the gap and picked up the single. No fuss at all. And that's in a nutshell what his game is about. He reads the situation well. He's able to play through the gears, pick up the singles, and very quickly you see him on 49 not out, and you wonder where the runs came from. He picks it up very quickly.
accumulator of runs. That time just easing it into cover and able to get off the mark.
Well, James hit that one very powerfully, and Pascal was a bit surprised that one climbed all over him. James goes for the single, a chance at a run out, and Rambaran gets there comfortably. Not the best of throws, you have to say. Andrews was drawn away from the stumps. That could have been Rambaran back in the hutch.
Yeah, again, some shaky running between this pair too to just start with. Was hit firmly to Deshaun James at mid-off. And had he hit the stumps, could have been a totally different result.
Good delivery there from Dawn. Really young, talented cricketer out of Barbados. It's good with both bat and ball. Budding all-rounder for the Barbados team. Nicely bowled once again. And he's had some hundreds this year. Scored 106 in the Barbados Cricket League as the over comes to an end. 22 overs gone. 89 for 3. Dawn also scored 106 against Police in Barbados. 121 not out against Shannon and 102 not out in the under-17 trial match. So it's not just about his bowling. He is also pretty handy, more than handy with the bat.
Yeah, he's a top-order batter, Joshua Dawn. It's quite handy to have him bowl some off breaks.
He's one of those very talented youngsters, and coming out of Barbados, he also did some track and field for his team, for his school at primary level. Plays some basketball and some road tennis. I'm still to figure out what a road tennis is. I would imagine tennis on the road. And also has his passes in music theory. But he has been on song, certainly, here today.
A man of many caps, Joshua Dawn.
The other side, Seeley. He's taken the wicket into his 5th over now. We're going to see a protracted period of spin here as the T&T U23 team will be tested against the best young spinners in the Caribbean.
Yeah,
bit too short that time into the gap and picking up one. This is ideal preparation for these under-19 players given the state of the pitch and of course the opposition. They're coming up against the best of the world in Sri Lanka. What do you think our chances are?
Yeah, I do think we have a realistic chance of winning the title. You know, once these boys get that much needed pressure and they much needed time to play, they're able to gel and come together as a unit. Yeah. I think though it's about how fast we adapt to the conditions down in Sri Lanka, but it's I'm sure it's not going to be something that we're not accustomed to, seeing that we taught there earlier on. So quite interesting to see what would unfold there.
That's why that tour was organized, and of course getting the players accustomed to the conditions, and then this 2-week camp here in Trinidad with conditions that are the slow turning pitches here in Trinidad certainly will help these players prepare for conditions in Sri Lanka. And the West Indies under-19 team that played a couple years ago now, they would have been captained by Akeem Auguste, who is now playing for the Windward Islands team, and Giovanni De Peza was the vice captain of that team. A couple of familiar names on that team here. Yeah,
Akeem Auguste, most recently with the West Indies Academy in the Super 50 Cup.
And that West 23 overs gone now, 91 for 3. That 2022 West Indies under-19 team would have included some familiar names. Jordan Johnson, very young on that team. Johan Lane, and from Trinidad and Tobago, Anderson Mahace and Shiva Sankar. They haven't seen much of them lately in Trinidad, that is. Matthew Nandu, who played for Guyana in that Super 50 competition. Shakir Paris was also involved, as well as either Thorne. Some of those players. Thorne will, of course, be going back, I'm sure, to the World Cup.
Yeah. Scythorn out of Guyana. Bowls with lively pace. And he too would have gotten some list day experience with CCC. But here's Joshua Dawn into his 6th over. This one is cut away nicely, but can't get a run. Rambaran, as he's fondly known as Rambo.
Rambo, okay. Oh, that's beaten him. Has that, he's gotten a touch on that? No, he hasn't, according to the umpire. But that was a brilliant delivery there by Dawn, getting that one to really bite and turn, and got some bounce on that.
Yeah, peach of a delivery from Joshua Dawn. Pitched in the right area. Just enough spin to beat the edge. And it was too good to take the edge, in fact.
It's just too good.
Yeah.
There from Dawn, and that this talented youngsters we were talking about in the last over, producing another excellent delivery here. None for 20 so far. Oh, and that is another brilliant one from him. He's definitely found I'm sure he's found a little bit of a weakness in the game here of Rambaran. Rambaran will have to counteract this very quickly.
Yeah, but slower through the air. Slow turn, you'd have to say, video. Well watched by Andrew Rambaran. And this time he's able to get a single.
Well, eventually every batsman runs into a delivery that has his name on it. And certainly those two had his name on it, but luckily for the bowler, didn't get a touch onto it. Very good deliveries from young Dawn out of the Christchurch area in Barbados, I understand. James, 10 of 28, so he's gone along well here.
How do you see this innings for the T&T under 23s? Where do you see this innings going in the next 7 overs, next 6 overs per se? Vidya did 30 over stage. But at the end of 24, it's 92 for 3. More thoughts from Vidya here.
So that's, so it is the end of 24. So from what we've seen so far in this innings, the most profitable period has been between the 10th and the 15th overs. Scoring has certainly dropped. It's gone down to under 4 and over since then. So I think we're going to see more of the same here with Rambaran newly in, 3 of 12 deliveries, and James hasn't quite come to the party yet. It's going to be a period of some slow scoring here for the T&T under 23 team, and we could see if the under 19s build up enough pressure here, we could see a couple of wickets go down in the next few overs. They just need to be patient, get the balls into the right areas, and just build the pressure on these two batters. As I mentioned, that spectre of a possible place in this West Indies under-19 team is at the back of the minds of all of these T&T players who do have a chance. So that's something that will be playing on their minds.
Yeah. Bowling change to Mari Redwood, leg spinner, into the attack from the northern end, replacing Nathan Seeley.
Oh, another misfield. Straight through the fielder, and they get a couple of runs. It hasn't been a blemish-free performance here from the West Indies under-19 team by any means.
Yeah, it's been difficult, the outfield to contend with. A lot of rains previously. There may be some unstable pieces underneath there, but it's a good outing for them, a good experience. Sure, these conditions are going to be something that they'd be endured with over in Sri Lanka.
It's never going to be perfect in any field, no matter where you go.
Yeah.
Ask India yesterday, playing at home in front of a crowd of over 90,000 and losing out to Australia. Oh, that's taken something and gone between first slip and the keeper. The meantime, the batsmen have crossed for a couple of runs here. Let's see what the call is. It is byes. Wow. Didn't touch anything. Just turned so much that it beat the bat, beat the keeper, and first slip was left flummoxed by that one. Seeley was left asking, was there something on that?
Good start from Tamari Redwood. Exactly what you want from a leg spinner. Difficult art. And coming on, you want to land those deliveries. You want to not start with those short deliveries.
Goes for the sweep shot and doesn't get a hold of that one.
Yeah, good start for a leg spinner. It's so much with a leg spinner. It's so much to do with confidence and how you start. Tends to set the trend of how you'd go on in your spell. And it's certainly a good start from Redwood.
Now he gets onto that one. That's swept away nicely for 4 runs. And it was in the arc and well put away. And that'll give the batter, James, a lot of confidence as he played that very nicely. Hit that powerfully into the gap for 4.
If ever there was a commentator's curse, there's one. You're just speaking of Tamari Redwood and how good he started in his previous 3 deliveries. And there he goes with a one way down the leg side and well put away by James. Goes up to 14.99 for 3.
Well, that's the occupational hazard of being a leg spinner. Every now and again, one doesn't go right, and captains, of course, have to be cognizant of that. And again, a repeat of the dose, swept around for 4 runs. This time a little bit finer, and a couple of good shots here, and the pressure back squarely on the young back of young Redwood.
Yeah, swept away again. Back-to-back boundaries for Orlando James. Just staying in line, Tamari Redwood, and paying the price. 100 brought up with that shot, 103 for 3. And it's going to be prompt a field change. There's a man going back now on the deep backward square boundary. So there's a deep backward square, deep mid wicket, and mid on.
Well,
couple of good sweep shots.
Yeah, a couple of them. We're just about on the cusp of the second water break here. Of course, you know the redwood is the largest and tallest of trees in the universe. Well, he's not the tallest of guys, but certainly if he's made of the same kind of material, he'll last a long time here. A couple of good shots here from James. Oh, I think it's bees. That's why the players have gone down there. It's a swarm of bees right now over the National Cricket Centre. This is not something you see often. We've seen a couple of interruptions around the world because of bees, but that's why the players have gone down. As you can see there, this is not something you see often. A swarm of bees has just passed over the field here at the National Cricket Centre, and they're down for the count. We did have an interruption like this, I think, at the UE Spec. There was a swarm of bees that forced the players down, and I think our commentary team was sent scurrying there.
Yeah, we had to take cover too. We weren't excluded. But yeah, Redwood with 1 delivery remaining in this over. 103 for 3. Much better this time from Redwood. A dot to finish the 25th over. And at the halfway stage in this game, it's Trinidad and Tobago 103 for 3. And video halfway through here. And who you think would be the happier of these two teams?
I certainly think that right now the West Indies under-19 team would be pretty happy. They've gotten rid of the top 3 batters in this T&T under-23 team, and they will be looking to push on here. So at the 25 over stage, 103 for 3. The wickets to go so far: Jagisar for 13, Joseph for 23, and Ramdu for 23.
Welcome back to the National Cricket Centre here in Balmain, Couva. It's 104 for 3. Orlando James not out 18. Andrew Rambaran is not out on 5. Joshua Dawn to continue into his 7th over, none for 22. A bit of a mini recovery here by these two. James with a couple of sweep shots in the previous over. Orlando James, quite an interesting player. It's up to 18. Short delivery, pulled away. A work for the man out at mid-wicket. Can't prevent the 2. Movendra Dindial. 2 more to Orlando James. He goes up to 20. Starting to find his way now. 20 from 37. Oh, this one keeping very, very low. It was a short delivery and it just scooted through. All's well that ends well. Had that been on the stumps, that could have been the end of James, but was not to be. 26 done. It's 106 for 3. Andrew Rambaran 5 from 15. There is still that slip in place. Nathan Seeley. Deep fielders are deep cover. Long on and a deep mid wicket. There's also a man back at deep backward square. Good delivery from Redwood. Bit of spin comes off the inner portion of the bat. And easy single for Rambaran. Not in full control. He's going to take that single nonetheless. James would have taken 2 boundaries from Redwood in his previous over. Let's see how he responds here. Tamari Redwood. And this time looking to go again, and some spin for Redwood. James looking to go across the line. Again, another good delivery from Redwood just outside the off stump. Bit of spin there. Played well in the end by James. Just pulled his bat just at the last moment. Again, slow turn. Leg spinners always on attacking option, a wicket taking option. Sometimes they could go for runs erring on the full side or the short side, but generally they're wicket taking bowlers. As Vidya Ramphal resumes his position. Vidya, how was your coffee? Again, another hike to the onside and doesn't make contact. Orlando James. I'm not sure if it's a rush of blood, but he's batting so good, and just like that, out of the blue comes the big shot.
Yeah, he's trying to hit against the turn, which is always going to be dangerous for him. And luckily, he hasn't gotten a touch on it. Since we've had that interruption for the bees coming on, things have just totally changed here. I don't think it's the bees, though. And not often you see that, Kadir, bees stopping a game. It did happen in Ireland earlier this year. A swarm of 20,000 bees stopped play at a game in Ireland. And, of course, they had to call off the game for a little while until they decided to go. Shorter interruption here. The bees are a bit more considerate in these parts of the world.
I wonder what the experience would be when a flock of bees tend to, when they look to attack.
We have had a problem with what's referred to as Africanized bees. That's, of course, the term they use. That's not my term. But we've had that for quite a while. It's going to be a change here for the West Indies under-19s.
Up and over the offside from Rambaran. Safe in the end. And a couple of runs for him. There was a ring of fielders on the offside, but he got it over the inner field. Safe shot from in to out. Pleasant looking shot.
Yeah, he's a very clever batsman, and once again realizing there's no one in, just outside of the ropes on the offside, so he just lifts it over, picks up an easy couple. Very much a modern batsman, not afraid to hit the ball in the air.
He is just turning this one on the onside. Another easy single. But what was good, he was playing with the spin. And this mini recovery by these two, Rambaran and Orlando James.
Yeah, certainly is. 24 runs so far in the partnership between these two. The last man to go, of course, was Ramdu at 86 for 3. But not a lot of big partnerships here for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah, another easy single. Well-flighted delivery from Dawn, but he's done a good job for his captain. Into his 8th over, just conceded 28 so far. Yet to pick up a wicket, but he's caused a few problems.
Yeah, certainly for Rambaran. A couple of deliveries in the last over he bowled to him. Just pitching about mid-stump or so and turning away and getting some bounce.
Rambaran playing nicely with the spin. Can't get a run. There's some 4 runs coming off the 28th over. It's 1-1-1 for 3. That's why I'm seeing Video with his feet up. It's Nelson.
Yeah, the Nelson very much in action here. Of course, the umpire Shepherd from England, been one who would have a lot of superstition attached to it. It's a very English thing.
Mm-hmm.
Named after, of course, the Admiral Nelson, Lord Nelson. Horatio Nelson, to give his correct name, the British officer in the Royal Navy. His inspirational leadership and strategy and unconventional tactics certainly brought him great fame as in the field of war.
Yes, Tamari Redwood continuing. Still that one slip. There's a backward point, a deep cover, or extra cover rather, long off, mid on, catching mid wicket. A bit uppishly played from James, but just landed just in front of Redwood in his follow through. Doesn't go to hand. And there's a deep mid wicket and a deep backward square.
Well, that previous delivery almost getting back to the bowler. Now it's a superstition that it's a bit of an unlucky score, the 111, and Orlando James almost perishing on the Nelson.
Yeah, cut away, just one. But if it's one thing, Vidya, that I'd say about the West Indies under 19, I'd like to see them attacking a bit more through these middle overs. It just seems to be going, letting the game drift along. I'm not seeing that attacking nature. Maybe try bringing back one of the seamers. It's been spin since the opening burst from the seamers. It's been all spin since then.
Yeah, it certainly has been spin all the way through since then, and maybe one eye certainly in this game on what's going to happen in Sri Lanka, giving the spinners enough opportunities or ample opportunities here to bowl their full complement of 10 overs. Pretty much a dress rehearsal for what will happen in a month and a half's time.
Yeah, it certainly is. But again, another lovely day. Just seeing some overhead conditions overhead, just slightly changing. But a good end to the over from Redwood. A maiden it is. And 29 done. It's still 1-1-1 for 3.
So slow going here from the Trinidad and Tobago team, and the T&T team so far, top score of 29 from Joseph. But of the two batters out there at the moment, Rambaran looks pretty organized, picking up runs quite easily. James still to hit his top gear, 21 of 50 deliveries. But he's faced, I believe, the most deliveries so far in the innings. So James building up a bit of a platform for himself here. Can he now apply the finish and get a score of some substance here for Trinidad and Tobago?
Yeah. The last thing he'd want to do is to get a start and not carry on.
And we've seen that happen already.
Yeah. Yeah, so he'd want to sort of take this innings deep, Orlando James, and then he could finish with a bang at the end if he's still there. Toss it a long ball.
A small adjustment to the field. The fielder at square leg just moved a few inches to his left. So when you see that, you know it's just more of playing on the mind of the batter more than anything else. Joey Carew, the former Trinidad and Tobago captain and West Indies player, was like that. He would insist on the player standing on the exact blade of grass that he wanted, just to play on the minds of the batter.
Here's another one for Orlando James, giving himself some room, and Dawn going right through the gate. So wicket number 4 goes down. Orlando James for 21, bowled by Joshua Dawn.
Yeah, Dawn went straight through there. He went for the big shot, missed it completely, and found that the furniture behind him had been rearranged. And the first sign of him playing a big shot here, and he's perished. It hasn't been the pitch where you can play your shots, and Orlando James has perished here. And the end of the partnership, it's fallen at 112 for 4. So Trinidad and Tobago still not able to build partnerships here readily. And now we're going to see another one of the youngsters here. Here's Justin Manick, who made his first-class debut for Trinidad and Tobago earlier this year in the West Indies Championship.
Yeah, Justin Manick in quite early, in at number 6. Can't bat Justin Manick, but again, another batter getting a start and not carrying on. James with 21. So that's sort of been the trend so far in the innings. Batters doing the hard work, getting in, and then getting out.
And some might extend that back to what happened in the Under-19 series for the Trinidad and Tobago team. And a lot of talent there, but nobody really carried on to make big scores in that tournament. So we're seeing more that's par for the course here. Rambaran, of course, he is one that still has a lot to play for here. 10 of 23 deliveries. He's looked pretty comfortable.
Yeah, maybe he could be the one to take the innings as deep as possible. Justin Manick can't bat. He's quite stubborn. With bat, yeah, he's getting one down the leg side. Dawn is going to have to reload that one. Yeah, he's quite stubborn, Justin Manick. Has a pretty sound defense. Again, some more spin. It is primarily his primary suit is seam bowling. Justin Manick.
Yeah, tall player Justin Manick, and he was very pleased to have joined the Trinidad and Tobago team for his only match.
Again, Justin Manick has to go, and Dawn with a double strike in the over. Manick goes for no score, and just like that, the T&T under 23 slipped now to 113 for 5. Video talk us to this.
Yeah, he went for the big shot, and did he get that one? Seemed to, yeah, just clipped the top of the off stump. And that's the end of Manick here. Going for an ill-advised shot, one that was coming into him, looked to be playing against the spin, and he is gone. And Dawn, who's bowled quite well, gets his just desserts here, getting 2 wickets in his 9th over. Just 1 over to go for Dawn, 2 for 30. I'm sure that he'll be very pleased with his effort here today.
Yeah, being rewarded for some consistent bowling, Joshua Dawn. Just like that, a double strike, and it pegged the T&T team back now to 113 for 5. And at the start of this over video, they were 112 for 2. At the end of the over, for 3 rather. At the end of the over, it's 113 for 5. Avinash Mahabir Singh, the new batter.
Yeah, Mahabir Singh out here for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Another promising young player. And, well, 30 overs. So in the last 5 overs, Trinidad and Tobago scoring 10 runs and losing those 2 wickets. So just as we were talking about, if the West Indies under 19s could get the ball in the right areas, continue to apply the pressure, you could see the innings break. And that's exactly what has happened here. And real credit here to the West Indies under 19 team. They certainly did keep up the pressure. 30 deliveries bowled and only those 10 runs scored in those last 5 overs.
Yeah, good stuff. Good tight bowling from. And credit too to Pascal. He's set some fields that have been aligned with what the bowlers were trying to do. And they've picked up justice reward for that good patience. Is Rambaran getting a single to mid-off? Tamari Redwood continuing.
Well, its Manick's stay was so short, I didn't even get a chance to mention that he had just changed teams for the new season. He will be playing for the Marching Patriots, the Triple Crown winners last year, won all 3 competitions they played in here in local club cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. And your club, Kadir, Merry Boys, beating them out for Club of the Year. Congratulations to the Merry Boys in your team.
Yeah. A most welcome video. Well deserved, you have to say. Sure, some are going to say differently, but in the end, decision was made and was duly accepted. Mahabir Singh, right-hander. But that's not good. I'm sure it's not going to please Coach David Williams and, of course, Kelvin Williams to see his batters getting starts not carrying on. That has been something that's been trending locally. You know, batters looking good and then just giving it away.
Yeah, it's been the recurring decimal, and one that the David Williams, I'm sure, would not have enjoyed at all. All of the starts have come and nobody's been able to profit from it. It's that sort of pitch. You really have to dig yourself in and then pick up the rewards later on. None of the batters have been capable of doing that.
Yeah, and it's a sort of pitch too, Vidya, that you're never really in as a batter. You've gotten a start, but you're never really in. You've never really gotten accustomed to what is taking place because so much changes, you know, from ball to ball, over to over. And you just got to keep your head in the game.
Yeah, natural variations there. coming in full show. Several of the deliveries have stayed very low. Some have been popping on the batsman. So it's been fairly difficult for them at times. Then, of course, if you apply yourself, the runs will come later on as the pitch, well, it's not quite sunny here, but as it starts to bake a bit more, you could see conditions improve. 31 overs gone and 114 for 5. And look at that. Joseph, 42 deliveries, 29. And James, 21 of 51 deliveries. They did all of the hard work, and they're not there now to reap the benefits.
Yeah, that's gonna disappoint the coaching staff. And we speak so much about reading conditions, getting accustomed as quickly as possible, assessing conditions. And I think that's something we got to pay greater focus to, Ovidio. We got to pinpoint these things, and we got to have some fruitful discussions about it. How do we, assess the conditions? What do we do when we get in? And how do we sort of carry on?
That's all part of the evolution of the games of all of the players here. I'm sure that the West Indies under-19 team their batters will be relishing a chance to the challenge of playing on this pitch. It's going to be very similar to what they face up to in Sri Lanka. So will be a chance there to get that experience of playing on these conditions.
Driven away, just a single as Rambaran adds another one to his tally. He's up to 12 now, Andrew Rambaran.
Yeah, just to remind you where the games will be played in Sri Lanka. They'll be played in the 5 correction. The R. Premadasa Stadium, the Sinhalese Sports Club, Colombo Cricket Club, the Nondescripts Cricket Club, and the Pisara Oval in Sri Lanka. All 5 of those grounds are located in Colombo.
Yeah.
You say that with the assurance of a man who's been there.
I can tell you I've not been to that part of the world, but it's going to be quite interesting. Speaking to head coach Rohan Nurse, and he was saying that his plan is to sort of get the whole team involved, not just in the cricketing aspect, but in terms of their culture. Huge appeal, and it's given. Mahabir Singh goes leg before dawn, gets another breakthrough, and the T&T under-23 is now 115 for 6.
Well, the slide is well and truly on here for the Trinidad and Tobago under-23s. 3 wickets going down for 3 runs here. Nicely flighted delivery, just enough turn to beat the forward defensive shot into the pads just in front of off stump, and Mahabir Singh has to go. So that's the end of him. And from 112 for 3, Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s are now 115 for 6. So it's well and truly on here, and someone has to stand up and to take the bull by the horns here for the T&T under-23 team, but not to take away what the under-19s have done here. This is really good stuff from them, well deserving of their position in this dominant position in the game.
Yeah, they've taken their chances, they've rode their luck, the under-19s, and now they're reaping the rewards of some good tight bowling. Joshua Dawn picks up his 3rd wicket into his final over. That would give him some confidence heading into his batting. But it's been a slide, a real slide from the under-23s. It's from 112 for 3 to 115 for 6. 3 wickets for the loss of 3 wickets for just 3 runs.
And T&T fans, of course, will be disappointed, but if you're a West Indies fan, this is exactly what you'd want to see. You want to see a dominant performance from the West Indies under-19 team in this game. This is a team that's going into battle in a couple 6 to 8 weeks or so, and you'd want to see them do well in this mini tournament here in Trinidad.
Yeah, it gives them the much needed preparation. As Nicholas Ali, new batter, gets off the mark immediately. And it's up to the bowlers now, we have to say, video. All the top order batters, barring Andrew Rambaran, has come and gone.
Yeah, he's the last man standing there, really, because he now has to shepherd Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s to a score of some merit here. It's always going to be difficult for him, but he's done it before. We've seen him with patience and common sense bat himself out of situations like this in local club cricket, but he needs some support at the other end, and he hasn't found that so far. After that James shot that saw him dismissed for 21, we've seen the end of Justin Manik and Avinash Mahabir Singh, both of them going, all three of them falling to Dawn here, who has ended up with some pretty good figures at the end of his 10 overs.
Yeah, 3 for 32 from 10 overs. Good spell of bowling from the young Bajan. Joshua Dawn. Here's Redwood to continue. Nicholas Ali with an uppish drive just out of the reach of Redwood. And Ali, heart would have been in his mouth for a little bit there. Didn't go to hand.
Yeah, Ali getting a full toss and almost putting it back into the hands of the bowler. Nicholas Kaleem Ali, the 21-year-old, did play for the Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 team previously.
But Andrew Rambaran here, video, his role becomes even more important with the loss of those 3 quick wickets. How do he sort of play it from here onwards? What sort of approach does he take now?
I don't think there'll be a much discernible change in his approach here. He's always read the situation well, and you're not going to see a huge amount of big shots from Andrew Rambaran. He's going to get the occasional ball, he's going to play over the field, he's going to pick the gaps well and run the singles hard. And then when he gets one like that, he'll put it away.
Yeah, nice juicy full toss and well put away by Rambaran. Of course, they could be tricky to get away, but this time he got a good piece of it. And one bounce into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it was very, very high. I think, I'm not sure that wasn't called a no ball, but that's pretty close.
Yeah,
that certainly looked pretty close to that waist height. Another one slipping away here from Redwood.
this time he swept away just over the man at the backward square and able to come through for 2 runs. So Rambaran playing with the spin and just over the head of the man at the short backward square.
Well, you're asking the question, what's he going to do? Well, he's gotten one delivery that was he should have been putting away, he did. And the next one, just trying to lift it over to pick up another boundary. Yeah, it's just common sense, sensible batting needed here from the likes of Rambaran, Ali, and the rest of the batters still to come for the T&T and the 23s.
Another full toss from Redwood, this time driven nicely through extra cover, and another boundary for Rambaran. Another loose delivery from Redwood, and another boundary in the over.
Yeah, 2 poor bits of bowling there from Redwood, and both of them punished. And Rambaran, well, he feasts on these types of deliveries. He can also pick up the singles readily from good deliveries. So he's the man for Trinidad and Tobago if they are to get any sort of score to challenge this West Indies under-19 team. He is the one who has to do it here. 22 of 31, but as I said, he needs some support. And hopefully Ali, the former Shiva Boys Hindu college player, hopefully he is the one to do that for him.
Yeah, it's going to be a bowling change from the southern end. Joshua Dawn completing his quota of 10, and it looks to be the reintroduction. Or maybe on
Edward, Tariq Edward is going to come back into the attack here. Well, at least it seemed that he was. Edward is now stepping away.
Yeah.
I think he was just marking off, just having a look. He might be coming on next from the southern end.
I think
He does go
Redwood
at
has
double.
one delivery to go.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just realized that. Well, we were wondering about that no ball call. Perhaps that was it.
So after much,
Sorry, correction. There was that delivery that went over the waist. We didn't really see the call, but in fact, I believe it was called as a no ball. That would have explained why there was that extra delivery. I would have also explained why Andrew Rambaran went for that audacious shot the next delivery, because, of course, it would have been a free hit.
right after much delay, we've gotten to the end of the 33rd over. It's 1-7 for 6, and it's going to be Tariq Edward replacing Joshua Dawn from the southern end. Tariq Edward with 6 overs previously, 2 for 21.
Well, he's the one who started the slide really for the West Indies under-19s, doing the business, taking a couple of wickets.
Ali doing the smart thing, just getting off strike. But Rambaran now, we not want to see him get a start and then get out. We want to see him break that trend in the innings. Of course, the under-23, they would want to accomplish batter at the end, sort of cash in.
That's exactly it, and Rambaran is setting himself up to be that person. Of course, the West Indies under-19s will have their own plans. They certainly want to see the back of him quickly, because real opportunity there presenting itself now. They prized open a big opportunity for them to roll over the Trinidad and Tobago team for a score under 150.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, Ali's going to play some shots. As you can see from that, he's not going to hang around here, is he?
All the deep fielders on the leg side, long on. A deep mid wicket and a deep backward square. The offside field is a slip, backward point, extra cover, and the mid off. Just like that, driven uppishly, and Nicholas Ali goes, and Edward picks up another wicket. And Video, you said that he was going to play some shots, but I'm not sure that's what he would want to be doing, hitting it straight into that cover fielder, and he goes for just 3.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they would have wanted him to do. They set up the field you had the backward point. There was the short extra cover fielder. The ball was being hung up just outside the off stump, turning into him. So there was every indication they wanted him driving through that offside. Unfortunately, he's got it wrong. Straight to the fielder, and he's gone. So 26. That's the end of him. Jason Agard, another one who is a contender for a possible place in this West Indies under-19 team, who is more of a left-arm seamer. Well, he is now in. He has a chance to show what he's made of with his bat. So the tactics working out perfectly here for the West Indies under-19 team, and all of the wickets so far falling to the spinners. 3 wickets for Edward, and Dawn picking up 3 of them.
Yeah, Seeley with 1 as well, Nathan Seeley. Jason Agard, known for his left arm seam. Yeah, he is going to be doing some batting, and all of 16.1 overs to go in the innings. That's a lot of overs.
Yeah, certainly is.
Guiding this one away past backward point fielder, Yegard, and gets off the mark. End of a successful over from Edward. 130 for 7 after 34 overs.
Jason Agard started playing cricket at the age of 9 and made the national under-15 team for Trinidad and Tobago and of course he's just 18 now, so very much could be a part of this West Indies under-19 team. And has played for Trinidad and Tobago at junior level since the under-15 level, so a chance here for him to get the highest of honors so far, playing for the West Indies under-19 team.
Yeah, he's been around the West Indies setup. He went to Antigua for a camp with I'm not sure if it's a fast bowling camp, but he did go to Antigua, and he's quite experienced, just 18 years old. Again, another good delivery from Redwood. He's sort of found his range now at Tamari Redwood.
Certainly is comfortable outside of the cricketing situation. Earlier this year had a meeting with the now former mayor of San Fernando. Yeah, he was out there. Well, that's going to be a wide. Yeah, we had a meeting, he and the young Naparima College player, Liam Mamchand. Both of them posing for pictures with the mayor of San Fernando, Junior Regrello. That's earlier this year. As part of when they were part of the Trinidad and Tobago under-19 team.
Yeah. Well, and to my good friend, Mr. Vidya Ramford. Looking to sweep and appeals for a catch and is not held on. Joel Andrew. That would be interesting to see what would have been the call had he taken that catch.
Was there a touch? That's the big question here now. Well, it definitely came off the shoulder, but really couldn't see from that view if it may have flicked off the glove onto the shoulder. And but Andrew certainly thought it did. Couldn't hold on.
Again, looking to sweep. Here's Agard. Doesn't make contact.
Well, you got to admire the anticipation there by Nathan Seeley. As soon as the ball delivered, he had moved almost to a leg slip position.
Yeah, anticipation. Soft dismissal from Agard. A full toss and driven straight back to Redwood, who doesn't drop those. And the T&T have lost their 8th wicket. Agard goes for 1. And the T&T under 23 is now in deep trouble at 131 for 8.
Yeah, and the sliders come very, very quickly here for Trinidad and Tobago. They have succumbed to the pressure of this West Indies under-19 team. And, yep, the knees are buckling, according to one of the under-19 players. And the latest to go here is Agard, caught and bowled. Redwood for 1, 131 for 8. And I think if the game plan was to roll over Trinidad and Tobago for less than 150, they are well and truly onto that at the moment. And while that wicket falls, there is going to be a short break for water with T&T at 131 for 8 here, Kadir, just up to the end of the 35th over.
Yeah.
Well, you were talking about the lack of any wind. Well, there is some on offer now, so that's gonna but it's an evil wind for the T&T under 23 team because the middle order has been blown away.
Yeah, certainly blown away in space of a couple of deliveries and not much runs. 8 wickets going down. 131 for 8 it is at the drinks break, and we'll take a bit of a drink here in the commentary box and we'll be back with you shortly. So welcome back to the National Cricket Centre here after the third drinks break of the day so far. After 35 overs, Trinidad and Tobago under 23s have slipped to 131 for 8. 5 wickets going down in the space of just 19 runs rather. It's been a slide of magnanimous proportions. Take nothing away from the consistent bowling of the spinners from the West Indies under 19s.
Yeah, they certainly have bowled well. 3 wickets for Edward, 3 wickets also for Dawn, who bowled brilliantly. And Edward, 7 overs, 3 for 24. He has a chance for a 5 for now.
A full toss and worked away on the onside, looking up for 2. It's just going to be 1. Good feeling from Dawn, who's coming in quickly from that mid-wicket position.
And don't forget, these under 23 players are part of a program, and they were part of a program, a live-in weekend camp, which was put together by the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board and the Sports Company of Trinidad and Tobago here in Trinidad for started in October this year.
Turned away by Ali. Gets off the mark. Yeah, that.
Well, the program actually started on the 20th of October, and 16 sessions over 8 weekends, excluding the Diwali weekend, which of course was last weekend. And it really, the aim of it was to prepare the inductees for the transition onto the next level, that's under 23 and beyond. So a real effort to bridge that gap between under 19 and the senior level, in not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but in the regional game itself. It has been realized that that transition from one level to the next is actually huge, and it's very important to have those teams in between there. The under 19, as we mentioned earlier, the under 19 team for the West Indies in action here. The academy team and the West Indies A team are in action at this time.
Yeah, it's so good to see. Again, we mentioned it earlier video. It's so good, it's so refreshing to see all of our developmental teams or feeder teams in action. Speaking of feeder teams, Jordan Johnson and Sai Thorne, who are part of this under 19 team, they're currently in battle with the West Indies Academy in Antigua. And Jordan Johnson yesterday got man of the match with 40 from just 21 deliveries. So he's doing some good things. He's continuing to build his reputation.
And that's how it works, you know. He's gone up to another level in his game, hasn't he? Then, of course, the West Indies A team also in action as the over comes to an end. 134 for 8 after 36. Joshua De Silva, the incumbent West Indies wicketkeeper batsman, captaining the West Indies A team to South Africa, where they will be playing 3 4-day matches. Matches being played from the 21st of November at Willowmore Park in Benoni. Then they go to East London, where they will play at Buffalo Park for that game starting on the 1st of December. And then from the 5th to the 8th of December, the final match, hopefully that'll be a decider of sorts, at Bloemfontein.
Yeah, good experience for those guys. A couple of them with test experience. Kirk McKenzie, Joshua De Silva, of course. Sherman Lewis would have played a lone test match.
Yes, a fair amount of test experience on that team. Here's the other Ali involved, Samir Ali. He is out there for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Can he provide the support that Rambaran needs? And he has gone along very well, 26 of 37.
Yeah, needs to take this innings as deep as possible, Andrew Rambaran. And a stranger to these sort of situations. But he'd want to put in a good performance here. Of course, he too has a good opportunity to get in on that West Indies team, that World Cup team.
That's right.
Of course, if you're just joining us, this is the first match of a series that is to be taking place here at the National Cricket Centre between the West Indies under 19s, the Trinidad and Tobago under 23s, and the USA under 19s, who too would be participating in that under 19 World Cup early in the new year.
Another wide. USA under 19 team, captained by Rishi Ramesh. And they are here, and they're still at the venue, actually. They're practicing away to the left of what you're looking at right now. Off the field, of course. And that team, a lot of talent on the bench for that team. There's the former Pakistan player, Asif Mujtaba, is the head coach of that team. So you remember Asif Mujtaba. "25 test matches and 66 ODIs for Pakistan during his career."
Down the leg side, missed by Andrew, and Edward comes along from backward square to clean up, and 3 wides it is. So some handy runs being added here, extra runs, bonus runs if you like.
And Asif Mujtaba, best known for that 6 that he hit off Steve Waugh off the last ball of a match. Pakistan needed 7 runs to win. He hit a 6 off the last ball and tied the match. Of course, there would have been a super over these days. Back then, it was a tie.
That's the end of Samir Ali going for a big hoik on the onside. Completely misses that delivery, and Redwood picks up another wicket. 9 down now for T&T under 23s. It's 141 for 9. Ali goes for 2.
Well, you knew that a slide was coming, and then as soon as that Orlando James went for 21, the score was 112 for 3 at that point. Now it's 121 for 9. 6 wickets going down very, very quickly, and I'm sure that the T&T under 23 management team would be very unhappy with what they've seen so far. And there's the last man out, Adian Ratcher, the promising T&T under 17 player, one of the stars of that T&T team with his fast bowling out there. I believe he is the youngest member of this under 23 team.
Yeah, Adian Ratcher has a bright future ahead of him once he stays fit, stays level-headed. Just 16 years of age, bowls with lively pace. He's come on leap and bounds as a fast bowler video. He works very closely with one Riyad Emrit. And,
our colleague, of course.
Yeah, our colleague Riyad Emrit.
Riyad was part of the commentary team for the Super 50 competition. And that certainly will be looking forward. I'm sure Riyad will be looking forward to see what Adian Ratcher produces with the ball later on.
Yes, Tariq Edward to continue, but the batters video, though, they've left a lot to be desired. Rambaran is looking so unbothered at one end, and here you have batters coming in and just wanting to play big shots, when in fact they should be just trying to turn the strike over, try to get the more accomplished Rambaran on strike. They've not done so. Here's a wide from Edward.
Well, I was saying earlier that there are runs to be scored here on this pitch, and once you can get yourself in, you do the hard work and get yourself in, the runs will come for you after that. And Rambaran has proven that is so. 27 of 41 deliveries, and he's looked completely at ease here. He hasn't played a false shot at all in this innings, and he has been the batsman really that needed to bat in this fashion on this pitch.
Yeah, he's played the situation. Credit to him, Andrew Rambaran. And I think he's worked out what's required on this type of pitch. He's got to be dogged, he's got to be watchful, and when he's gotten the opportunity to score, he's done so. Another pleasant looking on drive. Picks up another single, but he exposes Adrian Ratcher to 3 balls in the over. I know Ratcher could bat, but I think maybe he should be trying now to maybe farm the strike, or maybe take as much of the strike as possible.
I think Ratcher might take offense to that. And one remembers his performance in the local intercall competition back in May this year, where he played for Presentation College San Fernando. And Ratcher came in and hit, was it 5 fours in a row in 1 over, and won the game for Presentation College. So he's a big game player. I think you might want to remind you of that.
He fancies his himself with the bat, Adrian Ratcher. Of course, all bowlers do. I'm saying that guardedly.
Yeah, just for those of you all who are not from Trinidad and Tobago, as he overcomes Tenendia, 38 overs gone, 143 for 9. Just to tell you what happened in that match. Presentation College San Fernando were chasing 116 for victory in the T20 competition. That's National Schools Intercall competition. His team was 75 for 5. He came in the 16th over with his team looking like they were going to lose the game to Fatima College of Port of Spain, Trinidad. He hit 5 fours in 5 balls and stayed there to the end and brought Presentation to win in the last over. One of 3 titles that they won, all 3 titles in schools competition. So he would tell you, hey, I'm no mug with the bat.
Rambaran down the track and driving away in the gap and away for 4. Nice looking shot from Rambaran, using his feet, beating the gap, and picked up a much needed boundary.
Yeah, nice shot indeed. And that's just piercing the gap. And once it got through past the fielder, it was a narrow gap, and once it got through that fielder at that short extra cover position, it was always going to get to the ropes. And 3 runs away from the 150 here, T&T.
Yeah, Rambaran continues to bat well, continues to play smart, sensible cricket. Used his feet previously, this time just staying back on his crease, getting long forward. He's gone up to 32, a top score in the innings so far. Yeah, he is down the track again. Can't get under this one, can't get access the offside.
He's a very thoughtful cricketer, and you could see, even as he's played the ball, he's just motioning with the arms. All right, that's what I should be doing here. And he's reading what Redwood is throwing at him.
He's getting a short one, pulling it away in the gap. Don't think it's going to go to the boundary. Enough time for him to complete 2 runs. And this is good. This is good from him. Seizing on the opportunities to score.
Well, we talked about his organized game, but more importantly, he has a very organized mind. Understands clearly what he needs to do and sticks to his game plan. There's a sense of tactical discipline about him when he plays.
Yeah, clarity in thought. Doesn't get the wide delivery. By Sandy.
Redwood 2 for 36. He's served up a few poor deliveries here and there. He's been largely good here today, this young budding leg spinner. And another full toss. Maybe too many for the liking of the coach, but he definitely is a work in progress here. Leg spinners did so well in this recently concluded Super 50 competition. And there's the 150 up for Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s.
Yeah, look at that scorecard. Rambaran with a top score of 35 and Becky Joseph with 29. Ramdu 23. James 21. All starts and no one really carrying on. But it's up to Andrew Rambaran to take this innings hopefully into the 45th over, I would say.
Wow, that was not far away from the off stump there. And when you have a man on 35 or 49 deliveries and you beat him like that, certainly a moral victory there for the bowler Edward, who is not going to get a fifer, but he's hoping he can pick up his 4th wicket here.
Sweeping away is Rambaran. Safe shot. And again, 2 more in the gap. Safe, you have to say. It was against the spin. But the good thing was that he got it in the gap. Safe shot in the end. 2 more added to the total.
And the beauty of that is that he swept it in front of square, but away from the fielder, who is at that deep mid-wicket position. So the fielder had to run about 10 meters to his left, 10 to 15 meters to his left to intercept that one.
And continues to play the situation well, continues to find the gaps. I think he has that cricketing smarts about him. Turning this one nicely.
I really like Edward here. He really gives you full everything. His heart is on his sleeve. He's still shaking his head here after that previous delivery. He just threw his arms up into the air in disgust that wasn't happy with that delivery. But you get the sense that there's always a storm in his mind. He wants to do the best for his team. He wants to take those wickets. Great to see the attitude of this youngster, Tariq Edwards.
Yeah, plays with his heart on his sleeve. Tariq Edward leaves it all out on the pitch.
And certainly we want to see where these gentlemen end up in years to come. Will they make it onto the West Indies senior team? Will they move up into the A team and then onto the various West Indies teams?
Oh, this time waiting on confirmation from the umpire, but Racha seems like he's walking off. So that's the end of the innings. Tariq Edward finishes things off with a faint edge and well taken by Adrian Ware at first slip, just inches off the ground. And that's the end of the under-23s innings. It's folded for 153. Vidya, not a good effort here from the under-23s.
Yeah, the under-23s would be pretty disappointed with their effort here to be bowled out for 153 in this match, but you really can't fault the effort here for the West Indies under-19 team, the favourites to win this match, and they've done the job with the ball. All 10 wickets falling to the spinners here. If you are a West Indies fan, you're looking forward to the West Indies under-19 team winning the title. I think you'll be heartened to see the spinners doing the job here for your team, because remember, that's exactly what they're going to be facing when they go to Sri Lanka with those 5 tracks in Sri Lanka, all of them helping spin. But the real story for the under-23 team has been Andrew Rambaran, an excellent innings of 38 of 53 deliveries, and he has done his chances of being selected for this West Indies under-19 team no harm at all, because he's batted very sensibly in an otherwise ordinary effort from the T&T under-23s.
Yeah, he seemed to be the only one to adjust to conditions, Andrew Rambaran. Unfortunately, he remained not out at the end. So he's unbeaten on 38, a top score in the innings. But more importantly, all 10 wickets falling to spin. And they sort of choked the T&T batters through the middle overs just when we thought things were just drifting along. Wickets started to tumble and they came in heaps. And in the end, the Trinidad and Tobago under 23s all out for 153. Means that the West Indies under 19s would need 154 for victory. And we're going to come back with the run chase on the other side.
So the West Indies under-19 team start their search for 154 for victory in the first official game of this series between West Indies under-19, T&T under-23. There will also be matches featuring the USA under-19 team. And here we go, the start of the West Indies reply. And starting off for the West Indies under-19 team, Adrian Ware will be taking the first ball. And this is from Jason Agard, left arm seamer, starting from the northern end. Well, that one immediately keeping a bit low here, so that's going to put a little doubt in the minds of the batters, Adrian Ware and Wedderburn. That's Stephen Wedderburn. Both of them are starting off for the West Indies under-19 team. Ware and Wedderburn out there, and Agard will start off the attack, of course. Trinidad and Tobago do also have Adian Ratcher, who should be bowling from the southern end. The right arm young pacer for Trinidad and Tobago. And there's the situation. 154 runs needed off 299 balls. Certainly the West Indies under-19 team putting themselves in a great position here to get a win in this match. Two slips, as you can see, there in place. Two men outside of the circle. And they will come into play now just to retrieve those. That one gets between the legs of the keeper. Didn't get off the surface at all. And down for four. And Ramdu having a real nightmare time at the start here. That one going down the leg side, keeping low. And that's run away for 5 wide. So exactly the start that the West Indies under-19 team would have wanted. Not the start for the T&T under-23 team. Better delivery here from Agard, forcing Ware to play. And as you pick over the bones of what's happening in this match, Trinidad and Tobago under-23s bowled out for 153. An excellent 38 not out from Andrew Rambaran. 23 from Mbeki Joseph and Kyle Ramdu. 21 by Orlando James, but a real dramatic fall for the T&T under-23s. And Ware gets going with his first run. So after those 5 wides, 6 without loss, and still 3 legal deliveries to go in this over. Here now is the left-handed Wedderburn. Let's see what the left-hander has to offer against the left-handed seamer, Jason Agard, out of Presentation College in San Fernando. The teammates will be opening the bowling here for T&T on the 23s. Wedderburn turning 19 in October. Played his part in one of the unofficial test matches against Sri Lanka under-19. Got 2 good starts in that game. Not able to carry on. He got 24 and 37 at Dambulla. In the last of the ODIs that he played, he got 41. West Indies going under in that series. Has he gotten a touch here? Well, Agard initially thought so. Then realized that there was nothing on it. Ramdu looking a little bit bemused there. He thought there was no touch at all on that. Agard definitely thought It did take the end of the bat off Wedderburn's bat. Well, the end of the first over. At the end of it, West Indies under 19s are 6 without loss. And there's the situation. Rambaran 38, and they're chasing 154 for victory. It should be an easy chase here for the West Indies under 19s. Of course, if Trinidad and Tobago can get the balls in the right areas, it could make it very difficult here for the West Indies under 19s. They want to provide some test for them. It looks like we will be having spin at, it won't be Ratcher at this end. It will be Andrew Rambaran. Finished with 38 not out, and he will be bowling from his left arm orthodox spinners from the southern end of the ground. Very cool, calm and collected is Rambaran. And that showed up during his batting effort. He has to do the same with his bowling effort here for the under-23s. And as we mentioned, he is one of those 6 players from this T&T under-23 team that could force their way into this West Indies under-19 team for the World Cup with some fine performances in this series. Mid-wicket in James. There's a slip in place. 2 fielders outside of the circle are at long on. Well, James is there actually. And the deep mid wicket. Rambaran immediately starting on the dime here, as he usually does. Very, very efficient left arm orthodox spinner. Doesn't turn it a lot, but very much economical. Not less so on this occasion, as the ball just treaded through that gap on the offside, and they pick up 2. So a couple runs here for Ware. He's up to 3. And for Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s to get back into this game, they'll need to put on a great fielding effort. They're going to have to accept all of the catches that come their way. But first, they have to create those chances. This part of the series that includes the USA under-19 team. The USA will come into action on Tuesday at the National Cricket Centre right here in Balmain, Couva, when they take on the T&T under-23 team. Well, that's hit well. That has gone a long way. Wow, Ware is not wasting any time here. That was hit well over the boundary for 6 runs. Rambaran pitching this one up, and it was in the slot, and wow, where has that gone? "14 without loss." What a start here from Ware. Better delivery from Rambaran. Well, he's learned his lesson quickly here. Don't toss it up to Ware at all. That one disappeared in with a long way, and that one actually cleared the boundary, Kadir, by at least 15 meters.
It seemed to be about 75-meter hit from Adrian Ware. Does pack a punch. This is Adrian Ware. He's got off to a good start. 14 without loss after 2 overs. And if it continues like early day, video.
Yeah, it might be. And I think the West Indies under-19 team, they really would want to make a statement here. I think the ideal thing for them is to win all their matches in this series against the under-23s and the USA team, and go into the World Cup with some confidence. I'm not sure if there are other matches coming up. There are, of course, the official warm-up matches. There will be the inter-squad matches, but excellent opportunity for them to show what they're made of. That was a good delivery. Wedderburn still trying to find his feet here.
Yeah, good delivery from Egard. just outside the off stump, moving away a touch. And just a start that he would have wanted a pretty indifferent first over from him. And he does move the ball a bit, Jason Agard. Natural angle would take the ball away from the left-hander. It'll be interesting to see if he's working on that one that comes back. Surprise delivery.
We'll get, he's off the mark off his fifth delivery, and we'll get an extra run. A misfield here by Adian Ratcher. And are you a bit surprised that they didn't open with Ratcher from this end?
No, not surprised that one bit. The pitch is offering something for the spinners, getting purchase, and Captain Mbeki Joseph immediately going for a slow bowling option. But the ball is new, it's not going to spin as much, it's going to slide more than spin. So once they could line it up, they could be in some problems once they do find their radar early on.
Another delivery keeping a bit low here, and Wedderburn playing with a straight bat, and that's why he was able to keep it out of his stumps. That one hit the bottom portion of the bat, and we saw a couple deliveries in the first over from Agard also keep very low. Hasn't been the easiest of conditions here, but once you apply yourself, the runs will come for you here. Into the gap here. This one can run away for 4. Played that beautifully off the back foot. Kept a little bit low, but that was no problem for Wedderburn, who picks up his first boundary.
Yeah, if you could be critical of Jason Agard, just a bit too short, offering width, and a good shot from Stephen Wedderburn away in the cover region and picks up a boundary. His first of the innings, 20 without loss. Jason Agard has not started the way that we've grown accustomed to seeing him start. Just a bit too short. Would want to be on the fuller side. And just outside the off stump, that fourth stump line or fifth stump line.
Took the pace off that one. They won't get the single. And it's a recurring theme that we've talked about through the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 batting effort, but now with the ball in hand, there is a bit of pressure on some of these players who see this as their last chance to get to impress the selectors and get into this West Indies under-19 team, which has not been named. Last time round in 2021, it was named on the 1st of December, so we're pretty close to that when that squad will be announced. Edged and past first slip. Not going to go into the ropes, though. Ratcher is there to make the stop. Diving figure of the captain, Joseph, there. That would have gone to second slip, but there's only the one slip in place after 3 overs, 21 without loss.
Yeah, just to go back to your point, Video, if you ask me, these guys, it may be some added pressure on them, on their shoulders to sort of sneak in to the final squad. But they got to trust the process, trust the things that they've been doing to get them up to this particular point, and just to keep repeating those things, those good things over and over and over. And I think the results are going to take care of itself. When you have that sort of so many things going on in your head, it just reflects on your performance.
It does.
Yeah, and just to relax and do the things that you're accustomed doing. I mean, it's a lot easier for us to say here from where we sit, but generally that should be the thought process.
Well, a 51-year-old and a 20-something-year-old in the West Indies under-19 team, it's not going to happen. Hits that back over the top. Oh, that is exceptional. Taking the catch. What a catch that was. The batsman is not sure. He's asking the question of the umpire, but they're claiming the catch, and Orlando James dives away to his left to take a really spectacular effort. And now he's been given. Wedderburn's gone for 7. That is a special effort by the man from Women Tobago.
Yeah, Wedderburn looking to go up and over. Didn't get as much of it as he would like, but what a catch from Orlando James. Moving smartly to his left. Had to put in the dive and did so in the end. A good breakthrough here for the under-23s. Stephen Wedderburn goes for 7. West Indies under-19s lose their first one at 21.
Yeah, that he hit that very well. It was a full toss. A delivery that he hit very well over the head of the bowler. But James made that into a catch. I think Wedderburn was a bit surprised. He thought that one would have gone past the fielder and away to the ropes for 4. But James had other ideas.
Yeah, that was a pretty good catch from Orlando James. Moved smartly to his left. It's as though he was anticipating something. And pulled off the catch in the end. So good bit of fielding from the under-23s. Orlando James, and a good breakthrough for Andrew Rambaran. Joshua Dawn, new batter out of Barbados. Good performance with ball in hand. That would give him confidence. Let's see how he approaches this innings. Adrian Way, on the other hand, we know he's going to play. He's going to play in his normal aggressive style.
Let's see how Dawn's going to adapt here. He's scored some big runs over the years at school level and in the trials, as we were talking about earlier. Actually scored 169 not out in the match and won the Gary Sobers Award for the best all-round player. That's in the Herman Griffith tournament in Barbados. Good chance for him to show what he's made of in the chase of a small score here. 154 for victory.
Yeah. So the two deep fielders, long on and a deep mid-wicket.
Straight to the fielder this time. Just going back to that catch by Orlando James. That was brilliant stuff from him, the young man out of Tobago. And a real, very good crop of players coming out of Tobago. Always been some fine players there. Some may have felt as they get the single here. Some have felt that maybe the Tobago players have been underrepresented in Trinidad and Tobago teams. The last player to really make it in a more substantial way in a T&T team would have been Nathan Stewart.
Yeah.
He would have been the last. Stewart still in operation in the T20 franchises across the U.S. at this time.
Yeah, currently in action in the Tobago T10.
That's hit over the extra cover fielder. That's run away for 4. That's hit very, very hard indeed by Ware. Not far away from Jagisa, but I tell you what, Jagisa, if he had tried to take that, might have taken a couple of fingers with it.
Yeah, smoked through the offside. Hit away with disdain from Adrian Ware. And he's certainly signaled his intentions as to how he is going to play, how he's going to approach this innings. He's not going to muck about. But I tell you what, that was an excellent shot up and over the extra cover region.
Yeah, so Rambaran, a successful over for him, taking the first wicket for the T&T under-23s. They are not going to lie down here. They want to take some wickets and to put the West Indies under-19 under pressure. The first wicket gone. Wedderburn caught brilliantly by Orlando James for 7 off the bowling of Andrew Rambaran. And Rambaran continues to show what he's made of here. 38 not out and a wicket already. He is doing his chances of sneaking into this West Indies under-19 team. No harm at all.
Yeah, Andrew Rambaran, a bright prospect. Has a good head on his shoulders. We've seen that so far in his performances today. Unfortunate though that he ran out of partners in his batting effort. Remained on 38. But Jason Agard to continue. 2 overs, none for 13. He too would want to follow suit like Rambaran. 2 slips now for Agard, Andrew Rambaran and Joseph and Becky Joseph.
Dawn just trying to guide that one through the offside. Won't get the single, so he is off the mark already. And played in both test matches against Sri Lanka earlier in August and September. and played in 3 of the ODIs. He averaged 30 with the bat on that tour. As a 15-year-old, he scored 110 against Jamaica in the 2022 CWI Under-19 Championships. 15 years old.
He's been doing this for quite some time.
Yeah, he's been scoring hundreds for fun, this youngster.
But keep in mind, Vidya, that once fit, there are 2 members that would return or should return to this West Indies Under-19 team. Jordan Johnson and Cy Thorne.
And they're, of course, campaigning with the West Indies Academy team.
Yeah.
And stylishly forward, and already like the look of Dawn here. He's getting into line very quickly. Seems to have a lot of time to play, almost anticipating where the bowler will be playing here. It's always a sign of these outstanding players when they just seem to have eons of time to play these deliveries.
Yeah.
It's very dispiriting to the bowler. You're bowling your best at them, and they just seem to be patting them down as it's the easiest thing in the world. And you can tell that his timing is pretty good.
Yeah, sumptuous timing. Just seems to just get forward and push it, but it's coming off the sweet spot. Always nice to feel balls coming off the middle of your bat. Gives you confidence.
Well, the red marks on that bat in one spot, apparently. It's pristine white, almost wedding cake white.
Yeah.
That bat of his. Oh, he just eased that through the cover region and picks up 2. And actually made that look ridiculously easy. Just easing onto that delivery and guiding it into the gap as it's just like walking down the road.
But there are a number of young players coming out of Barbados who've certainly caught the attention, have caught the eye of many. Joshua Dawn on this occasion. There's also Mutara, who's in this squad, bowls leg breaks.
End of the over. At the end of 5 overs, the West Indies Under-19 team are 28 for 1. And by comparison, the T&T Under-23 team with 35 for 1 after 10.
Yeah, a couple of these guys, Zion Brathwaite, also out of Barbados. Mentioned Prescott and King. Just 16 years of age, those 2. Certainly a wealth of talent coming out of Barbados. There's also Kevin Wickham, Naimi Young too. Recent members of the West Indies Under-19 team campaigning with the West Indies Academy team. Done credible in the Super 50 Cup, those 2.
Very good indeed. Oh, that's through the gap, and that's gone for 4. It was a bit just off length there from Andrew Rambaran. And Ware is looking pretty good himself here, just playing that one. Not a huge gap between those 2 fielders, the extra cover fielder and that man at mid-off. Maybe about a couple of meters. And boy, once it got through there was no stopping it.
Tell you what, he's hitting the ball with immense power. Adrian Ware, well built too. And certainly putting Rambaran under some pressure here. 1 for 17 in his 3rd over. Field changes now. So mid-off chops back to long off. And the deep mid-wicket is coming inside the circle. So 2 deep fielders, long off and long on. Of course, you only allowed 2 inside of this first power play, inside the first 10 overs.
And where they didn't play in the test matches against Sri Lanka, the 4-day matches, played in the ODI matches. Gone again for that one. There's a fielder back there now in Ratcha. Just going to get 1. But Ware, his scores in that series, 32, 32, 52, and 15. So he had got some starts there. Didn't quite carry on. But there is obviously a lot of talent to work with there.
Yeah, certainly. Just seems to pick up length really quickly. Adrian, where we've seen shades of that so far in his short stay. 18 from 13 deliveries.
Ware and Dawn, they look like a formidable pair here. Would have been just a bit too early for him getting out there to really judge what he is made of. Adrian Ware, out of Jamaica, of course, played for the Jamaica under-19 team and a couple of seasons, and West Indies under-19s. Averaging just under 39 in his youth ODI career. So he's one of those the West Indies will be hoping to see a lot more of in that World Cup. And see, he looks like the one who's been tasked with giving the West Indies a fast start.
Given a bit more air. And well driven to long off.
Yeah, stylishly driven there by Dawn. And that has brought to an end the over by Rambaran, his third, 34 for 1. The West Indies under-19 team off to a quick start here. Now, after 6 overs, the West Indies under-19s are 34 for 1. After 10 overs, the T&T under-23 team with 35 for 1. So they're going at a really good clip here.
Yeah, healthy start, fast start from Adrian Ware in particular. He's been doing the bulk of the scoring. We're going to see a bowling change now from the northern end. Justin Manick replaces Jason Agard. Right arm medium fast bowler.
And Justin Manick, as we mentioned earlier, played his one first-class match earlier this season in the West Indies Championship, and that was a great experience for him. He was with Powergen Sports at that time, has transferred now to Marching Patriots in central Trinidad. Here he is, first ball in this match. Oh, that had some zip onto it, certainly a bit too fast there for Dawn. And Dawn just playing up really late at that one.
Yeah, Justin Manick, another one of those young players who has shown that he has potential, has the ways to work with. Really athletic built, good build for a fast bowler. Not that tall, more skinny.
Oh, it takes the edge just short of second slip. That was well stopped there by Captain Joseph. Awkward, just maybe a couple meters in front of him. Did well to make the stop.
Yeah, it didn't go to hand. Dawn just maybe just releasing the bottom hand. It didn't carry. He has taken a step now, and Becky Joseph. But I'm a bit disappointed that we've not seen Adian Ratcher just yet, a video. Because he has that bit of extra pace at this level.
And just gets that little bit of swing late also. So he might turn out to be a handful. Let's see when he comes in what happens. Justin Manick made his first-class debut against Guyana in March earlier this year. That was at Taruba, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Match in which Guyana won by 143 runs. Very full delivery there from Manick. He bowled 7 overs in, opened the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago. Actually bowled the first ball in the match. None for 24 off his 7 overs. Guyana went on to get 324. 4 wickets for Imran Khan. Surprise, surprise. 3 for 85 for Brian Charles in that one. That's going to be at least one here, as they're not going to run a second to the arm of James. And Trinidad and Tobago bowled out for 160 in that game, and then Guyana second innings, Savary getting 100 247 for 6, and they set Trinidad and Tobago small task of 412 to win the game. T&T bowled out for 268, and that's all she wrote. Actually, Manick got 22 for T&T batting at number 11. Yeah, so there's another dot ball from him. A nice tidy start here from Justin Manick. Just the 1 run in the over. So after 7 overs, West Indies under 19, 35 for 1.
Yeah, decent start from the under 19 boys. Going at 5 runs to the over. Manick with a good tidy start to his spell. And we might be seeing a double change, as it looks like Avinash Mahabir Singh is going to come into the attack. So still no sign of Adrian Ratcha.
Yeah, Mahabir Singh, the off spinner, bowling from the southern end of the ground here, and just about ready to start his quest for control and to try to get a measure of control back here for the T&T Under-23 team against this Under-19 team that includes 2 fine young batsmen. Dawn and Ware have already shown that they absolutely ooze class here.
Yeah. Adrian Ware, powerful stroke player. And Joshua Dawn out of the
classy.
Yeah, out of the coach's manual. So here's Mahabir Singh.
Ooh, that one played nicely in front of him. Dawn just seems to have so much time, and 2 really classy players here in their own different ways. The Barbadian batsmen just seem to ooze orthodoxy. We've seen so many fine batsmen out of Barbados, including Craig Brathwaite and so many of these players who campaign for West Indies. Shamar Brooks, who is always looks classy. Brilliant batters. And, of course, Shea Hope must be mentioned there, the top ODI player in the Caribbean. Didn't have a very good series in the Super 50, but he did get, there were some moments that he really looked good.
Yeah. West Indies would be in action not too far away against England. We'll be coming here for the Christmas holidays. White ball series.
It's nicely played, but straight to the fielder this time. Yeah, that series, of course, eagerly anticipated. The cruise ships will be piling in to the Caribbean.
Of course, England with a point to prove, you'd say, video.
I
Knocked out the World Cup defending champions.
Yeah, it's certainly not the World Cup defense that they were hoping for, but too many players out of form in that England team. Including perhaps their best batsman, Joss Butler. He looked really out of sorts in that World Cup.
It's unlike Joss Butler, what we've grown accustomed to see from him.
Good start here from Mahabir Singh, right on the money in this first over. Just a 1 run in it in his first over, 36 for 1 after 8 overs. The West Indies Under-19 team. That series is always an eagerly anticipated one, given the history of the West Indies and the West Indies civilization, and of course England, the history that exists between the two nations. It's always going to be a fierce rivalry between them, and it's going to be no different this time around. Wounded England, a wounded Lions coming there to the Caribbean.
It's going to be a highly anticipated series for more reasons than one. Certainly makes for a mouth-watering clash. Justin Manick is going to continue. Still 2 slips. Wideish third man, a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man at deep backward square.
Nicely played again, through the gap. Dawn will pick up a couple of runs here. It's not going to go to the boundary. And he just eases back for 2. Boy, does he make this game look easy. Dawn. There was a comment made at Brian Lara when he was a youth player, went to Barbados to play in a youth tournament. He was told by the great Sir Gary Sobers, well, I can't understand why you get out. And Dawn seems to be in that category. He looks so comfortable at the crease. I think you'd be very surprised if he gets dismissed anywhere now. Just 8 of 21, but already looking like he's in supreme control of what's happening around him.
Yeah, he's largely in control of the situation.
And he is playing against a bowler who has made his first-class debut. So this is not a bowler who is at the under-19 level. This is a first-class player that he's coming up against.
Yeah.
And that
It's
one
really
just
nice
hurried
to
on
see.
to him just a little bit more.
It's really nice to see young players doing so well for themselves, coming in with high reputations. Just want to continue the good work that they've been putting in prior to this.
That's better. And Manik right on line here, so T&T hopefully trying to build a little bit of pressure. 1 run in Manik's last over, a couple here, and there was a 1 run over in the last from Mahabir Singh. So if they can string together a couple of low-scoring overs here, might see some pressure being built on these two batters. As good as they are human after all.
Yeah. And you're going to have to be good in the field too. Sort of back up the good work from the bowlers. Going to have to take their chances.
Well, maybe there was an under edge on that, but well taken there. That's good work by Ramdu. Nice save away to his left.
Commentator's curse working in our favor. That time.
Praise no one.
Yeah. Good stop from Ramdu.
Looks like he may have done some goalkeeping during his career. Sure, he's played a bit of football.
Yeah, his family is a real sporting family, you know. Of course, his brother, Mikhail Govaya.
He's campaigning in Tobago with the Bago T10, the Dream 11 Bago T10, which is taking place in Tobago today. And continuing, I think we're in the 5th day of competition there. That tournament lit up over the weekend by Jed Gooley, hitting 100 in a T10 game, hitting 14 sixes at Shore Park. That's absolutely incredible.
Yeah. Constantly got to be returning balls. Yeah, he's hitting it out the park. Some clean hits. Jed Gooley.
Guides it into the gap again. We'll get one more. Yeah, that's a venue that the side boundaries are a bit on the short side, and you still have to hit them. 39 for 1 after 9. 14 sixes. That is absolutely incredible. It's only the second time we've seen a 6 in a T10 match at that level in Trinidad and Tobago. And I have to tell you that the first one to do it was Nicholas Buran in the first edition of the Trinidad T10 Blast.
Yeah.
He got his off the last ball of the 10th over. Goalie was sprinting past that in a big way.
Yeah. Certainly big boots to fill. Mahabir Singh back for his second over. Tidy first one, just one from it. He is back on the money again.
Yeah, he's there, just in good shape. And Dawn 9 of 27. Where? Well, he's gone along at 18 of 18. No problems there. Keeping up with the strike rate of 100, there's no problem for him. He's fine. Nice use of the feet there by Dawn to pick up 1. Just trying to put an extra challenge here on Mahabir Singh, who's settled into a nice line and length.
Yeah, Avinash Mahabir Singh off-break bowler. It's gonna have to be pretty immaculate to Adrian Ware. Any bit of room on offer, he's gonna make you pay.
Oh, he certainly will. He has done that already today. Well, that's looked a little bit casual in playing that shot. Seemed to be going down the leg side. No appeal from the bowler, mostly from the outfielders at that time.
41 for 1. Final over of the first power play. Still Yet to see the Racha.
Better delivery here once again, and Dawn. Well, Dawn's going to use his feet and try to pick up the singles. That'll be his strategy against Mahabir Singh to prevent him from settling into a nice rhythm. Where, however, is going to be different. Once you pitch it up, anything offline, he's going to put it away. That one really kept low. But straight bat there from Dawn. That saved him. That hit maybe about 1/3 of the way up the bat.
Yeah, when you see in different bounce like this, it just highlights the point that it gotta be wicket to wicket. You gotta bowl straight. You know, something could happen from there.
Dawn again moves into double figures now, and that's the end of the over. So Dawn will have the strike for the next over, and after 10 overs, the West Indies under-19 team are 42 for 1.
Pretty decent first 10 from the West Indies under-19, chasing a small score of just 155 and 42 for 1 after 10. Where is 18 from 19? He's been there from the start. Joshua Dawn, 11 from 31. He's oozed with class.
Yeah, he certainly has oozed with class here. Dawn, 11 of 31 deliveries. Where has been the... He's almost like he has an extra set of ammunition just waiting there. You certainly does. He's the type of batsman that really puts bowlers on eggshells, because you know that he has that big shot, and once you're offline, he does really put that pressure on the young bowlers.
Yeah.
Manik to continue, none for 4 of his 2 overs so far, and he has really bowled well. Just 4 runs off the 12 deliveries. He's been spot on.
He's been good. Justin Manik bowled good areas. He's been patient. Yet to pick up a wicket. Slight field change. The 2 deep fielders now at a third man, and the other at extra cover on the boundary. In fact, there's 4 deep fielders. Completely missed out the 2 on the leg side. Deep backward square and the deep mid wicket.
Well, we haven't seen a big shot from Ware quite recently. They bowled a lot better to him. He was actually on at a strike rate which is better than a run a ball. Now it's slipped into the 90s. So good work here from the T&T under-23s.
Yeah, good work. Manik operating on a good line, good length. Asking where to play.
And just playing on the patience here of Ware. So they have been able to keep him quiet for the last 15 minutes or so. Is there a big shot coming here from the hard-hitting Jamaican batsman?
There you go. There's the answer. Video.
You did get the sense that it was coming at some point. He's missed out there. So it hasn't relieved the pressure at all on him. So you would feel that there will be a couple more coming here. So the T&T under-23 players do have the feeling that they may be just getting under the skin of Adrian Ware here. And if they can do so and induce maybe another fall shot from him, they could have their second wicket.
They're wearing on his patience.
That's original. Where indeed.
43 for 1. Since Manik has come on, he's certainly put a halt to the scoring. Into his third over, just 5 conceded. But we know Adrian, we know he's going to play a big shot at some time. And feelers are going to be
observant. They got to be looking out for the opportunities when it presents itself. It's a short one, pulled away in the gap. Ratcher intercepts before it gets to the boundary. Just one run added to the total. Good work from Ratcher in the deep.
Certainly pretty good work from him, because that was bouncing awkwardly. Just timed the bounce well, got behind it and made the stop. And we're just about to the end of the 11th over here. We haven't seen him yet. I think he's not far away from coming into the attack. Adrian Ratcher, the man from Rio Claro in southeast Trinidad.
Yeah. Short delivery again, pulled away. Protection back there. Just going to be a single. Good tidy over from Manik Compston, and just 2, in fact 3 coming from it. 11 done. It's a 45 for 1 rather.
Yeah, that's the situation there. The West Indies under-19s in control, dismissing T&T for 153 and 40 overs, and a pretty good start to go with it. 45 for 1, and 2 batsmen who have gotten to the score with a few alarms here.
Just 155. The T&T under 23s were able to get at one stage. They were 112 for 3. It slipped to 155 all out. All 10 wickets going to spin. Dawn picked up 3. Also 3 for...
Yeah, I'd imagine that Ratcher's chomping at the bit here to get going, because of the players who do have a chance to make it onto this West Indies under-19 team, he might be considered as an outside shot, as an under-17 player, but he does have the quality. If he can get his chance and turn in a good spell here in this game and a couple of the other games, who knows if he has that opportunity.
Yeah, the thing about Ratcher is that he offers something different. Skiddy, tall, has a bit of extra pace at this under 19 level. Even at the under 17 level, he was hustling up those regional batters. The best at the under 17 level. Tells you that he has something about him. Just needs to get the opportunity. Already into the 12th over. We've not seen him.
Well, they set out for that single belatedly, and even though there was a direct hit at the non-striker's end, they were still able to get in. But first signs we're seeing of any sort of misjudgment miscommunication rather, between these two batters. And so far we haven't seen, that's the first instance of it. We saw a lot of that on the 23 team. There's players who are not used to playing with each other.
Up and over again from where, and Ratcher takes the catch in the deep. So Adrian, where you felt as though that was coming, and Ratcher with the presence of mind to gobble up that one at long off. And the West Indies under 19 lose their second wicket. Adrian Ware for 20, 48 for 2 now.
Yeah, he didn't get under that. He was hoping to clear the boundary as he did earlier in the game, but that time not getting quite under it, and just lifted the catch to Ratcher, who was never going to drop that. Got in position very quickly and had the stable foundation with the legs. Took the catch very well. That's the end of Ware, and you did feel that they bowled very well to him, kept him quiet, and he has succumbed here to the pressure. Gone for 20. Dawn is still there, 15 off 36. And the man coming in is another wonderful stroke player for the West Indies under-19 team. It is the captain, Stephen Pascal, out of Dominica, a young man who a lot is expected of in the future.
Yeah, Stephen Pascal, captain of this West Indies under-19 team. But we predicted that video that the concerted pressure and the lack of scoring has certainly paid off. Adrian Ware, he likes to get after the bowling. Didn't get the distance on that one. And Mahabir Singh strikes, but he too has been bowling quite good since he came on. He's picked up that wicket now.
Well, the game changer really was when Mahabir Singh came on with Malik. These two in tandem have bowled very well, and that's why the wicket has fallen here. And Ware, who was starting to look as though he was getting a bit impatient, really has succumbed and holed out. So let's see how Pascal approaches this one. The man from Dominica averaged 13.33 in his 3 matches in Sri Lanka. Yeah, he didn't have a great time in Sri Lanka, to be honest, but he has so much quality. He did average 21.3 in the 2 test matches against Sri Lanka. End of the over here, 48 for 2. And I was just reading a stat about him that in the last 5 years or 5 seasons or so in youth cricket, he's had 6 centuries and 30 half-end centuries.
Wow, staggering.
A run machine, some might say. Let's see if he can reproduce some of that here today. Well, certainly the West Indies under-19 team would need it.
Yeah, man from Dominica. When we think of Dominica, most recently we think of Alec Athanaze and the good things that he's been doing for the West Indies team.
I'm sure that Alec Athanaze's success has provided a great template for Stephen Pascal to see that there is a future for him.
Manik again for his 4th over, quick single taken, and will they get the extra run? No, they won't.
Yeah, Pascal was interested in the extra run, but Dawn had run past the crease and he was in no man's land, so the captain deciding that he was going to pull out of that.
Look at the field here for new batter. Still 4 fielders in the deep extra cover, 3rd man, deep backward square and the deep mid wicket. A new batter, a bit of pressure on. I'd like to see one of those guys from the deep, maybe man on the extra cover boundary, just come inside the circle and not offer that easy single for Pascal to get off the mark. Whipped away nicely. Nice looking shot from Pascal, good timing on it.
Yeah, 2 elegant batsmen who are known for scoring big runs here. So this is a big challenge. 50 up here for the West Indies under-19 team. They are very well in control here. Look at that required run rate, 2.76. That's not a problem for them here. So a very good chance for the West Indies under-19 team to start off this series with a good win.
Yeah, and I feel as though for the Trinidad and Tobago under 23s to really have any chance of this, they got to bowl out the under 19s. They got to keep picking up wickets at regular intervals. 2 so far for them.
They're gonna get when the T&T team gets this next wicket, if it's soon, it's gonna be a big celebration. You'll see, because they know the importance of breaking this partnership.
Yeah. Real backbone of the middle order out in the middle. Still quite a few batters to come. Mavenja Dindial out of Guyana.
Now there's another one. Get one of these titans out. There's another one waiting in the wings here, and I imagine we'll see Dindial next. Another player who's highly regarded in the region.
Yeah, not to forget Jewel Andrew. 16-year-old Jewel Andrew.
Yeah, they'll take some beating here, this West Indies under-19 team. Easier said than done to bowl them out here today. But it's a funny old game.
Yeah.
If the under-23s can keep doing the good work they have been doing in the last half an hour or so, they could provide exactly that pressure needed.
Quick single taken here. And all's well that ends well. Played it, and immediately on playing it on the point of contact, started to head down to the non-striker's end. So good communication by these two.
Yeah, Pascal actually started playing under-19 cricket for the Windward Islands at age 12.
Wow.
That's how much was taught of him. He's a very classy young player. Captained the Windward Islands at under 12, under 13, and under 17. Led them to victory in the under 17 championships.
13 overs comes to an end. It's 53 for 2.
So 100 runs, 101 runs to go here for the West Indies under 19 team. Chance here for them to make a big statement in this tournament. I remember the USA still to show up. They will be in action on Tuesday right here at the National Cricket Centre on the 21st of November. They're back in action on Thursday 23rd at the Queen's Park Oval. And then Sunday 25th, West Indies under 19 versus the USA. USA also have matches on the 27th and the 29th.
A lot of cricket to look forward to. And for you cricket fans, of course, you can view all this action on Cricket 360 on YouTube as well as Facebook. Non-stop cricket action.
Well, you can't say they're not preparing well because they're still at it away to the left of our picture. They're doing some fielding drills at the moment in the car park area just behind the stands. And they've been training since 9 o'clock this morning.
Maybe they're getting accustomed to the heat. Video.
Yeah, that certainly does getting used to. And remember, not all of these guys are from Florida. Even in Florida, it's fairly, it's in the mid-20s at this time. It's definitely not mid-20s here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, certainly. But we are grateful for the heat, for the sun that we've been greeted with here this evening or this morning. It's been some days of completely washed out play. This one is eased through the extra cover region. And 2 more for Dawn. Dawn just seems to have so much time when he plays. Waits for that ball to come right under his eyes. Execution is perfect. Really is one for the future. Joshua Dawn picked up 3 for 32 from his 10 overs early on. And here he is with bat. What a complete all-round player he is.
And, well, he's done well in this game. Let's see what he does for the rest of the series and hopefully retain some of that form for the bigger battles coming up in January.
Single to finish off 14th over at the end of it. It's 56 for 2. And with that, we're going to have drinks here at the National Cricket Centre. My apologies. It's going to be 1 over before the drinks break.
I don't think they were quite ready for the drinks just yet.
And the umpire was making the signal, but I don't think him and his 4th official was on the same wavelength.
Time to get the radio out. Just to remind you, West Indies under 19s in Group B in the ICC under 19 Cricket World Cup. They're grouped with Scotland, England, and South Africa. That's not going to be the easiest of tasks at all there for the West Indies under 19 team. They start off their campaign against South Africa at Colombo on the 14th of January. They then play Scotland on the 17th of January at the same venue, Colombo, before.
Here's a bowling change. Nicholas Ali into the attack. Left arm orthodox from the northern end. Places Justin Manick.
Yeah, Manick had a good spell there. Really bowled well. Now let's see what this change will bring here. Ali has to keep up the good work from that end to keep these West Indies under 19 batsmen tied up, and the third game for West Indies will be against England at Colombo.
Loud appeal. Nothing doing from umpire Sandy. Good start here from Ali on the money, wicket to wicket.
If anything, he was indicating the umpire that may have been going down leg side.
Back and just turning this one into the onside. Can't get a run.
And just to remind you, the format of the World Cup, and after the preliminary round, the top teams move into the Super Sixes. Four groups of 4 teams involved in the competition. So you'll have to finish first or second to have a chance to make it into those Super Sixes.
Tough work, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. It's going to be a tough task for the West Indies under 19, but that's why these competitions have been organized, to give them the right sort of preparation for that. 15 overs gone, 57 for 2, and 15 runs scored in the last 5 overs. So some control here from the Trinidad and Tobago under 23 team.
Yeah, with that, we're going to have drinks at the National Cricket Centre, and we'll be back with you as soon as play resumes.
So welcome back. West Indies under 19s, 57 for 2. And after 15 overs here, and Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 team, just conceding 15 runs and taking a wicket in that last 5 over block. And it is going to be Mahabir Singh to continue here.
Eased it down to long on. Another single for Joshua Dawn. Continues to impress here. Final round out of Barbados. Mahabir Singh, though, he's been going through a pretty good spell into his 5th over. 1 for 10.
Yeah, 25 deliveries he's bowled so far, and just a 10 runs scored. So he's had a good start. And Mahabir Singh has also taken the wicket of the dangerous Weir, who was caught at the long off position by Ratcher for 20.
A nice work from Mahabir Singh so far. It's varied his pace. Not afraid to flight those deliveries as well.
See that we possibly could find out who the West Indies team will be to face England later on today. West Indies, remember, will play England in 3 ODI matches and 5 T20 matches. And those 3 ODIs will start on December 3rd. Matches on the 3rd, the 6th and the 9th. First 2 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and the 3rd at Kensington Oval.
Good work in the cover region by Ratcher. Putting in the dive, the big fast bowler. Prevents any chance of a run. Another tidy over from Mahabir Singh. Just one coming from it. The end of 16, it's 58 for 2.
Yeah, he's bowled well here. 5 overs, 1 for 10, Mahabir Singh. Good control from the off spinner. And great command of his art. And he's kept these 2 batters quiet. At the other end, he had a good spell from Manik to boost him up. And that's why they were able to get the wicket. But since then, well, Manik has he's come off the attack. And he has been replaced by Ali at the other side. And Ali, just a 1 run in his first over. So he's trying to continue the trend here to keep these West Indies under-19 players quiet.
There's a field change. Man from the deep extra cover boundaries come inside the circle now. So you're alluding to that earlier on video. And it's as though they heard us.
Yeah, you got to keep the pressure on here. That's where the wickets will come. Don't forget also there's the T20 series, 5 matches. First at Kensington Oval on the 12th. Then matches at in Grenada on the 14th and 16th.
I'm going to put you on the spot, video. Will we see the reintroduction of Darren Bravo to the West Indies team?
Well, if anything, 2 players that really gave themselves a great chance of being included on that West Indies ODI team would have been Darren Bravo and Justin Graves, the 2 scorers, only 2 batters to get over 400 runs in the Super 50.
Yeah.
Especially impressed with Graves and his batting during that series. But Bravo really turning the clock back a bit and really looked like the old Bravo that we know of. And it wasn't just the way he batted, it's the way he led the team and then that joie de vivre that you associate with the batting of Darren Bravo seems to have returned.
Yeah. End of a maiden over from Ali. Score remains at 58 for 2. Yeah, I think he did his chances no harm, Darren Bravo, as he tries to make his way back to West Indies cricket. I think he still has a lot to offer though. 34 years of age. I think he's might be, a bit more prepared. And it looks to be now that Adrian Ratcher is going to pick up the attack from southern end.
So here he is, belatedly introduced here, Adrian Ratcher. And after 17 overs already gone, West Indies under 19, 58 for 2. So he's gotten the big build up here. And he's a tall, very fit-looking young man out of Rio Claro in Trinidad and Tobago. Certainly not the tallest man out of Rio Claro. That would be Johnny Hamilton, who's played in the NBA, by the way. He's 7'1".
Wow.
Ratcher's pretty much David Williams in front of him.
Like the comparison. Yeah, but I like the look of this young Adrian Ratcher. He's a hard-working guy. Does a lot of work with Riyad Emirates in terms of his bowling. And see how he goes here. So it's Ratcher from the southern end. Starts with a good delivery, a wicket to wicket. Slightly softer ball now. And he might be accustomed to bowling the hard new ball.
Well, it's never going to be perfect for you out there, the conditions that you come in to bowl. So it'll be testing his skill set here.
Goes past the edge. Bit of a waft from Pascal.
He's not up to full pace yet, Ratcher, and just looking at his run-up, there's a series of stutter steps before he starts. Don't think that's normal for him. Maybe just trying to literally find his feet here at the start of this spell. Let's see if it happens again. There's his mark just in front of him. Yeah, definitely not the smoothest of approaches at the start here. Definitely less stutter steps that time. So I think he might be just still going through the gears at the moment.
Yeah. Just coming to the attack. There might be some nerves there too. He's a quite humble young man.
I think there he solved the problem here. He's taken it maybe a foot back. And look at that. It's almost a change already. Yeah, we saw a couple of unusual actions during the Super 50, the CCC matches. There were a few on offer. It actually made it into a video on TikTok. A couple of the unusual actions within, was it the CCC team?
So far, so good. 4 dot deliveries for Ratcher. Wideish slip in. This time, an easy single out to the mid-wicket region. Pascal 3 from 18 deliveries. Required run rate, nothing to be bothered about at this time. Just a 3.4 to the over. Partnership is 11 from 36 deliveries. Bit of a fight back here from the under 23s. Third man, deep point back. Work for Rambaran to do, does well. Good pickup, good quick release, 2 from him. So no ball. And the dreaded signal comes, a free hit.
Well, let's see how Ratcher's going to go with this one. And he will be bowling it to Dawn. What's he asking for? I think he's asking for a bit of a change. The long off has come into the circle and now looks like he's heading back. Mahabir Singh. He initially came off the boundary and now he's going back. Ratcher's still not comfortable here.
Oh, didn't get it over the top. A wild throw from Mbeki Joseph, way over the head of Ramdu, who was approaching the stumps, and extra run added to the total something that Ratcher is not going to be pleased about, as his first over comes to an end. At the end of it, it's 62 for 2 after 18.
Well, he still hasn't, his run-up still doesn't look entirely smooth. He starts off with those stutter steps, and then as he's going through, after the initial first steps, he then goes out to the left slightly, slows down a little bit, and then continues in. And, of course, you're not going to build up supreme amount of momentum with that sort of run-up. I'm sure that someone who's been working with him, Riyad Emrit, might be taking some notes here at the moment, some things to talk over with him.
I'm not sure if it's the slope that he's running into has something to do with those stutter steps, because I've not seen that in his game.
Yeah.
I've seen him before, and I've not seen that. Might be something to do with the slope. I'm sure he's gonna get that sorted out.
Yeah,
of course, there's the big Kelvin Williams, fast bowling coach downstairs. Yeah.
Kelvin and, of course, David Williams, the unrelated Williamses, coaching this under-23 team.
These guys put in so much work with these young players. Sometimes it goes unnoticed, but
tell you what, the players do notice.
yeah,
Punch through for another couple.
Yeah, Ali too has been quietly going through a good period here into his third over. Just 3 conceded. Pascal 6 from 21. Dawn 24 from 55. Just controlling things in this middle phase of the innings. And to tell you how much the game has evolved, Vidya, the 3 phases of a 50 over game: the first power play, the second power play, which is from overs 11 to 40, and then the final phase, which is from 41 to 50. It requires 3 different lengths as a bowler, and that's how much the game has evolved. You got to have those smarts, those variations, presence of mind.
Different skill sets for different aspects of the game, and you got to get it right. And you look back at India in this recently concluded World Cup, brilliant for the first 10 games, and just fell apart in that last game for them. But for Australia, every team that has won a World Cup has had to beat Australia to win the World Cup. That's how difficult they've been. No wonder they're 6-time champions.
Yeah, deservedly so. Officially just short of Jagisar at mid-off. In the end, it was a good stop. Another one added to the total.
It's not the easiest of stops. That was dropping just in front of him. Took him almost on the half volley there, Jagisar. Did well to make the stop, though. That would have gone past him into the ropes. So saved 3 runs for his team.
Certainly did. 65 for 2 after 19.
I wonder if Ratcher might prefer bowling from the northern side of the ground with the wind to his back also. We'll keep an eye on his run up here. So the initial stutter steps, and then he just sort of goes out towards the left and back in. And let's see if he does that again here. He's definitely struggling for some rhythm here at the start of his spell. You would expect that. You don't exactly get into top gear at the start of your spell.
Yeah.
So let's see if he can achieve that. Batsman wasn't quite ready.
Yeah, still seems to have some issues with that take off.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple of phases to his run up. The initial spell just seems to be gathering the momentum. Then he goes off a little bit to the left, and that's where it really starts. So almost like 2 phases to his run up at the moment. And just take a look at it again here. After a couple steps, he goes left.
Yeah. Tapped on its head down to third man, just one.
So he's nowhere close to the top pace that we've seen from him here. Now remember, he has had a fair layoff from cricket for quite a while now, so he's not into the best of match fitness and form for as yet. So this may not be the best version we've seen of Adrian Ratcher. So far, Dawn, well, we've seen a pretty good version of him.
Yeah, Indian Ratcher, a member of the academy just to our left. They're in a living camp and go through a series of programs. Ratcher being pulled from there together with Ramdu, Rambaran too, Chagasa.
Yeah, media training is also part of it. We might see him up here sometime soon.
Stroke nicely to deep point. Not much happening here in terms of action. It's
more attritional at the moment as we approach the 20th over. The under 23s were 82 for 2 after 20 overs.
Another play and a miss from Pascal. Big game on video later this evening. Trinidad and Tobago versus USA.
Yeah, of course, the CONCACAF Nations League, League A matches. Trinidad and Tobago and the USA battling for a place in the semi-finals. The USA winning the first leg 3-0 in Austin, Texas a couple days back.
Eased out again to deep point.
So for football mad fans like Kadir, who's shown up in a Manchester United shirt to do cricket today, yeah, he's of course looking at that. He'll be eagerly anticipating that result later on today. 68 for 2 at the end of 20 overs. And of course, T&T have to they have to beat the USA by 4 clear goals basically to get into that semi-finals. But still, a good performance, maybe a loss that is a little bit closer, could see T&T qualify for the Copa America.
Yeah.
Actually, the top 6 teams in the competition. There are 8 teams still involved in that CONCACAF Nations League. The top 6 go to the Copa America 2024, which will be played in the USA. A possible chance to play against the champions, defending champions Argentina, led by certain Lionel Messi.
No wonder it's coming from Vidya. Huge Lionel Messi fan. But yeah, it's certainly a good opportunity for the Soccer Warriors. Who knows? Home advantage might just work in their favor.
Well, that remains to be seen. Right now, home advantage is not working here for the T&T of the 23 team. Doesn't always work out the way you want.
That's the beauty of sport, isn't it? Well, there's certainly work to do here for cutaway. It's going to be 2 wide of the man at slip. Mahabir Singh it was.
And just a final note on that. Of course, today is actually the anniversary of the infamous game between T&T and the USA. November the 19th, 1989. Trinidad and Tobago needing just a draw to qualify for the Italia 90. That's the 1990 World Cup. Drew. They needed a draw. They lost to the USA 1-0. The USA went to the World Cup for the first time in their 40-year history. That happened on this day, 1989. It's a famous match in T&T.
Yeah.
In fact, the BBC actually did a story on the American team that went to that World Cup, and they would have mentioned that the USA would have celebrated with champagne in their dressing room at the Hazley Crawford Stadium where the match is played today. That champagne was for the T&T team. Nobody wanted it, so they gave it to the USA. I don't think anybody wanted to see champagne on that. The Red Sea of Tears, they called it after the game.
Yeah. Certainly drove a dagger through the hearts of many locals.
And again, the team in red is on the losing side here on November the 19th. Different sport, though.
Whenever video's on, we always get these reliable facts. I always make a note in my head. Oh, it seems to have these facts. Where do you store these things, video?
Hopefully in my head. So 72 for 2 here, West Indies under 19, just enduring a period here of the game where they have to really battle, and they will face challenges like these in the World Cup. But it has been brought on by some very good bowling here by Ratcha, Mahabir Singh and Manik, and of course some good bowling also by Ali. Those four bowlers have turned the screws here on the West Indies under 19, but they haven't buckled. Yes, they've lost the wicket of Weir, but they've gone along well here. And they're just riding through the storm at the moment, the West Indies under 19. I shouldn't say storm, more of a tropical depression in their innings so far.
For use of better words. Yeah. We'd see if Adian Ratcha sorts out his run-up. Yeah, right there. We see that stutter step. What we've not seen the West Indies under 19 batters, we've not seen that, apart from Adrian Weir, we've not seen them do anything out of the ordinary. They're just playing conventional cricket. Picked up the runs on offer, defended the good balls. It's been good so far from them. Here's a misfield from Ali at point, allows for a single.
Well, in the men's game, the professional men's senior game, of course, you can't win a 50 over World Cup, it seems, without a couple of power hitters, some good power hitters in your team. Memorably, the Australians have won. Glenn Maxwell's sensational double hundred, batting with just two arms and basically
one leg.
One leg.
Yeah.
However, in the youth game, you don't. There aren't too many power hitters in the youth game, so it's more of the conventional, maybe what you would see for 50 over cricket from 10 years, 20 years ago. This is more what you seem to be winning with. Of course, India had some outstanding players in the last World Cup here in the Caribbean, winning it quite easily. Yeah, they were easily the most impressive team in the competition, and they would be favorites again, you would expect.
Yeah, catching it through at good pace, Ratcha, even with that stutter step, still getting it through a fairly decent pace. Seem to have beaten Pascal for pace on a couple of occasions. Well, how much more he could add if he does sort out that run-up.
Yeah, he's bowling quite full here. And Pascal has not really fired here so far, but he's done all the right things. Kept his wicket, 11 of 35 deliveries, and Dawn just going on just under 50 runs in terms under 50 in terms of his strike rate, and they're taking the West Indies under 19 team to this total. They're just about the halfway point. The West Indies under 19 team in search of this target of 154. The weather has been good, hasn't it, today? Puffy white clouds away to our right, but the sun has been good. Let's hope it stays this way for the rest of it.
Well, it's certainly been pleasing to us. 74 for 2. 22 overs done.
Well, tomorrow there'll be action again here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Couva. Tomorrow, Monday. Tomorrow, correction, the 20th. What am I saying, Monday? The 20th. There will be the West Indies under-19s against... Yeah, of course, the next game will be against the USA. The USA in action tomorrow. That's on Tuesday, the 21st of November. T&T under-20s versus USA under-19s here at the National Cricket Centre.
Big shot from Pascal, up and over the offside. And it's going to go into the boundary for 4. In fact, it's gone all the way for 6. Got a lot more than I thought there, Stephen Pascal. And Jagassar was up in the circle at mid-off. Nothing he could do about that. Good shot from Pascal.
Yeah, certainly hit that very well. And he's been trying to get his innings going here. That's certainly one way to do it. One that was pitched up and hits that very, very well indeed. And that into the advertising boards just behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah, good shot from Pascal. Able to free the arms. It's gone up to 17 from 38. Looking to go after it again. Pascal this time didn't get the elevation. Good stop from Jagassar.
Yeah, a few concerns expressed about the pitch here today.
In the air, just short of James at backward point. In the end, some acrobatic stuff to save it from getting past him.
Well, if James couldn't get to that, no one could. We saw that catch from him earlier. Sensational stuff to dismiss Weatherburn. Even the batsman wasn't sure that was out. Just couldn't believe that James got across there to take that catch.
Yeah, tremendous athleticism from Orlando James. Another over. Done here. 23 gone. 80 for 2.
So they're closing in on victory here. Still a fair amount to go. 74 runs still to get here. But when you get over that halfway mark, it just feels like you're going downhill a little bit.
Yeah.
Almost like the way you feel on Wednesdays. Could you? And the thing is, once you get over that 100 mark, that psychological barrier,
Yeah.
once they get across that 100 mark, it just seems to, as the target will vanish quickly here, T&T need to get some wickets quickly.
As Racha continuing a nice firm drive. A good stop from the substitute Matthews.
Yeah, nice stop there for the big man. Got down to his toes very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty athletic for a big man.
Yeah, good.
As I saw it described, a big man with small man skills.
Good again from Racha.
Yeah, I'd probably have to take a taxi to reach my toes. Good honest effort here from Adrian Ratchell, the man from Rio Claro. And 9 runs conceded off the 20 deliveries he's bowled so far. As the big man we were talking about. That's why it was so difficult for him to get down. And he got there very quickly. Even though sometimes you tend to have the substitutes come on there. Of course, they've been carrying the drinks for the entire day. They may not be switched on. But that bit of fielding tells you that this young man, he's excited to be out there. He looks like he's been warming up to come on.
In the air, but hit straight and all the way for 4. Commanding shot from Dawn. And flat batted, really. And it gets to the boundary. Quickly, look at it, video.
Yeah, he hit that very well. That was a dismissive shot there from Dawn. Made that look a lot easier than it was. And gave Ratcher something to think about here. He's into the 30s now, Dawn. And just 70 runs now needed. West Indies under-19 team. It looks like they've weathered the storm now. And they're ready to find their port.
I just may have taken some pace off that one, Ratcher. But yeah, still seems to be struggling a bit with his run-up.
Yeah, I don't think this is the best version we've seen of. Certainly during the under-17 tournament earlier this year. Especially there was a game at the Inchinali Park where he really excelled, bowled brilliantly there.
Good Yorker to finish off. Well dug out by Dawn. Good way to end the over. At the end of 24, it's 84 for 2.
Just the wickets for Rambaran and Mahabir Singh so far. And for T&T, just the spinners doing the business. Now the Pacers, not that they haven't been shabby at all. Ratcher, 13 runs off his 4 overs. Also Manik has bowled well. It's not the pitch that the Pacers would have enjoyed bowling on.
It's hard work.
Certainly some concerns expressed online about the quality of the pitch. One comment of seeing poor kids can't even play a good cricket shot on the wicket. Not happy with the pitch, according to one of the comments I'm seeing.
Well, we've had concerns about pitches in the Caribbean, but you gotta adjust to what's presented in front of you. You have no control over that aspect of it. Up and over again from Pascal, and again he's going to pick up another boundary, hitting straight. And Ali again a bit too full on this occasion, but a good shot again from Pascal.
Yeah, hit that very, very straight indeed. Wow. And Ali just pitching up for the second time in the last couple of overs and received the treatment. Last time it went for 6. This time Pascal picking up a boundary off it. And you just get the sense that these two have felt that they have weathered the tropical depression, not the storm. And they're now in a position where it's firmly got their eyes in here. One has faced 43 deliveries, the other 69. So they're now going on the offensive. They started to turn the needle up a little bit here.
Yeah, they've spent quite some time. They've seen what the bowlers are trying to do. Of course, you never really settled on this particular surface here at the National Cricket Centre. But credit to them, they've stuck it out. And they've now started to reap the rewards. Mid-off now, dropping back to long off. There's also a long on and a deep mid wicket. 3 fielders out. Short and wide, and a good stop again from Matthews, the substitute fielder.
Yeah, the big man has made an impression since he's come on. That's his second excellent bit of fielding here. That's Lemuel Matthews, 12th man today. T&T under 23 is also leaving out Tariq Mohammed and Amrit Das. Those are the three players out of the team for this match. Sure, they will get their chance in matches coming up. And Matthew's showing why he should be on, at least with showing off his excellent fielding. Another nice stop.
Some 5 runs coming off 25th over at the halfway stage. It's 89 for 2.
Yeah, and to tell you, the scoring rate has gone up in those last 5 over block. 21 runs coming off the last 5 overs. So they're starting to turn the needle up a little bit here. Just it's getting the runs to tick over the West Indies under 19. And it'll be interesting to see where the score is after 30 overs, with these two batters now feeling they're starting to feel that this is the time for them to turn defense into attack here. And there's some signs of the wind also picking up. As you can see there, some clouds of sand is moving across the pitch.
A new bowler into the attack, the 7th one so far for Captain Mbeki Joseph. Samir Ali into the attack, replacing Adian Racha from the southern end. Just articulating the skipper what sort of field that he wants. There's a slip, there's a backward point, a deep point, extra cover, long off, long on. Man out at deep mid-wicket, a regulation mid-wicket, and the man at short fine.
Yeah, some turn there for Ali, as you can have seen there. Just pitching, but a bit too wide to interest Dawn, who's 33 of 71 deliveries. Slip in place here for the leg spinner. Again, starting a bit too wide. Just going to be one this time as Rambaran out on the boundary. We talked about Rambaran. He's 38 not out, taking a wicket. We hadn't talked about his fielding, though. He's pretty good fielder out there. Very useful in the outfield. Powerful arm and quick across the ground.
Pretty useful cricketer too, Andrew Rambaran. I've seen a lot of him. He's done a lot of good things previously.
That's better there from Ali. First two deliveries a bit too wide outside the off stump. That one just starting outside of the off stump, so that's good from him. Oh, that was good. just fizzing past the edge. And the end of a good start to his spell. Here, Samir Ali almost taking the edge off the bat.
Good first over from Samir Ali, just too conceded. Good start from the leg spinner. And looks as though Andrew Rambaran is going to come back into the attack. Just speaking of Rambaran, here he is, back into the attack. Left arm orthodox.
Send 91 for 2 after 26 overs. I know that Kadir will be heading up to the Hazley Crawford Stadium to watch that T&T USA match. Gates open at 6, I believe, and kickoff is 8 p.m. Some bad news for T&T. Levi Garcia, their top player, will miss the match. He's injured. And Alvin Jones, who was the nightmare for the USA and that the back in 2017 at the Atto Bolden Stadium. He is due to play his 50th match for T&T in that game tonight. Here's Rambaran. Nice looking on drive and picks up one here, Dawn. And, well, Garcia just returning from injury and he's back out again. Not a great time for him.
Yeah, certainly not a good thing if you're a Soca Warrior fan. One of our more influential players. Switch of ends for Rambaran. Previously operated from the southern end. Back now from the northern end.
John will pick up the single here, just turning it behind square, in front of square. And it gets one. And he's up to 35 now. Just a couple of runs here from passing Rambaran's tally. And very similar, the two innings from those two.
Yeah.
Not a lot of shots in anger from either of them, if any at all. Almost as though he's taken a leaf out of the Rambaran playbook.
Yeah, seems to be in total control, Joshua Dawn. And so too Pascal, 24 from 52.
It's just looking too easy right now for the West Indies under 19 team. They are favourites to win this game, of course. They started off as favourites. They're made up of the best players in the Caribbean, but it's just a bit too easy here. You would expected the T&T under 23 team to provide a few more alarms. After those 2 wickets early, there's been very little else. Amount of pressure has been created, but not enough to trigger any alarms in this West Indies under 19 team. That's the end of 27 overs. At the end of it, the West Indies under 19s are 95 for 2, 36 as you see there for Dawn, and 25 for Pascal.
Adrian Ware with an enterprising 20. Semi-rally to continue.
Another good delivery from Ali. Starts off his new over just as he ended the last one with an excellent delivery, just fizzing past the edge of the bat of the batsman. This time Pascal gets a nice eye-opener there. And picks up the single this time. But a good start here from Ali. Oh, they're going to get the second run. That's careless from the under 23s. There certainly were a few players in the way of that should have made the stop.
Yeah, should have. We were through in the end from Igor at backward point. Ali wants a field change. Asking a long on now to come inside the circle.
Yeah, Orlando James heading into the circle at that mid-on position. Similar to where he was when he ran in to take the catch. So ideally, fans of the West Indies under 19 team would want to see them go unbeaten through this mini tournament. And they've started well here, well in control of this game against the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23 team. There were a couple of LBW decisions earlier in the T&T under 23 team. I can't remember too many times the ball has hit the pads here in this innings.
Yeah, that's a good point. I've not seen much of it.
Well, that's because it's been missing the bat. That's why. Especially with Ali in operation here. And he ends off his second over just as he ended off the first with another excellent leg spinning delivery that has the batsman beaten all ends up. 97 for 2. And the partnership between Dawn and Pascal has blossomed to 49. Important period of the game here for the West Indies under-19 team.
Welcome back to the National Cricket Centre here. Action in the response. West Indies under 19s looking to get to 155 for victory after 28 overs, 97 for 2. Make that 98 for 2. Andrew Rambaran continuing from the northern end. That's a 50 partnership between these two. Captain Stephen Pascal and Joshua Dawn. Pascal contributing 27, Dawn contributing 22, and together they formed a really nice partnership. One that is looking to take the West Indies under 19 to victory in this particular game. Here's another one added to the total.
Right now, a victory looks inevitable at the moment for the West Indies under-19 team. They're so much in control of this match. T&T under-23s need to take 8 wickets. And West Indies under-19s, they need just 55 runs to win here. Look at the number of balls remaining, 130.
Uppish again, just short of Samir Ali at extra cover. And another 2 added to the total.
Yeah, that would have been a difficult take there for Ali. Just dropping in front of him and away to his right. Always going to be difficult. Ask any goalkeeper when the ball drops in front of you like that. Always difficult.
Yeah.
And with the small, hard cricket ball, always difficult to pull that one in. But he did well to get a hand to it at least. Slow it down from getting to the boundary.
$100 comes up too. 101 for 2 now. 29th over.
And make that 102. So they're doing ticking all the boxes here. The West Indies under-19 team. Pascal 28 and Dawn 40 of 78. Well, he's been the most impressive of the batters today.
I think what is going to impress Coach Rohan is the most is to win convincingly. Not just to win, but to win in commanding fashion. And I think this is exactly what these two are trying to do. Trying to not leave it up to anyone else, but to just see the game home as close as possible.
Over comes to an end here at the end of 29 overs. West Indies under-19s are 103 for 2. So, of course, the next game on will be telling you on the 21st. That will be T&T under-23s back in action tomorrow. And USA under-19s, they will be in action here against them. And remember that the T&T under-23s leaving out 3 players. And with the games so close to each other, back-to-back 50-over games are not easy to do. You would expect to see that there will be a couple of changes here today. But if anything, I mean, out of these under-23 teams, members of this team, easily the most impressive has been Rambaran. If anybody's going to pose the questions to the West Indies selectors, it'll have to be Rambaran, who's the one who's done it so far.
Driven nicely
Nicely
again.
driven, but knocked down in the outfield there. And that was Rambaran again. Just mentioned his name. There he is, showing off his fielding prowess. This has been good bowling from Ali. Just bowling that teasing length outside the off stump. Just inviting the batsman to go for the big shot. There is a deep extra cover in place. They decide to loft one in that direction. Another easy single, and we've seen a lot of these here for this West Indies under-19 team. Wondering if they might just consider bringing that mid-off in just to cut off that easy single.
Yeah, at this stage, runs coming by easily for West Indies team. And it's good to see that they're getting the ball into the gaps, easing it into the gaps. It's still not an easy pitch to bat on.
Yeah, and of course you're referencing the great debate among West Indies fans about the teams over the years not getting enough singles. It's been good evidence of that here today. These two batters have picked up the singles readily all the way through. In fact, Both teams have done that. You tend to see this at the junior levels, purer form of cricket, some might say, instead of the hard-hitting variety that obtains at the higher levels. 30 overs gone, 106 for 2. "27 runs off the last 5 overs, so they continue to get more and more runs off each 5-over block. So the run rate increasing as they go along here. It's certainly not a breakneck pace by any means. Look at that, the 3.53. But every run, they are starting to really chip away at the confidence of this under 23 team and whether they can win this game.
Some good work in the outfield from Mahabir Singh. Yeah, I can't help but to think Coach David Williams would go back to that batting display where they could have gotten, I would say, probably about 50 to 60 runs more than they got had the batters that got in carried on. I think that would be a bit of a concern for the coaching staff.
I'm sure that David, in his quiet but firm style, will put that across to them in the dressing room later on today. And I'm sure we'll see a better display from the under 23s in their match tomorrow against, that's on Tuesday, against the USA team. And the USA team have now concluded training, by the way. So they will be getting a good rest at the hotel and raring for tomorrow's game.
It's been an extended session from the USA team.
Well, the last couple of days they would have been out training. There wasn't any cricket for them, but they would have been getting acclimatized. I'm sure they would have done a camp in Florida before coming down. That's the most likely place, outside of Cabo San Lucas in Mexico, of course. A full toss. This could go all the way. Well, it's gone one bounce. Has that gone over the ropes? Yes, it has. Straight into the mango tree that everybody loves to sit under. And certainly if there was anybody there, they would have been imperiled by that shot. Very good hit here by Dawn. Takes him close to a 50.
Yeah, full toss. And put away nicely by Joshua Dawn. Moves up to 47. And dealt with that full toss in a disdainful fashion. 113 for 2 after 31 overs.
And for those of you all who saw that stadium at the back, when you saw that flashed onto that shot, that's the Atterbolden Stadium here in Trinidad, where named after the famous Olympic athlete and now NBC commentator Atterbolden from Trinidad and Tobago. That's where Trinidad and Tobago beat the USA in October 2017 by 2-1 and knocking the USA out of the 2018 World Cup. That's where it happened. Well, since then, it's been 21-0 in the last 4 games that T&T has played the USA since that match. That one's just flashed past the first slip, and they will get 1. But the first sign of a really false shot here, and it's come off the edge of the bat of Pascal, trying to loft that one over the extra cover region. Luckily, just away from Joseph there. Joseph has gone a little bit wider now. That's where he's standing. That's where the ball actually went, but the horse is already bolted. Another misfield and another stolen single here by the West Indies on the 19s. Certainly it hasn't been a performance from the West Indies on the 19 team that would have excited fans. Maybe not 10 out of 10, but they have been good enough to occupy a dominant position in this game. But maybe a rating of 8 out of 10 may not be a A terrible rating for this team today. And to be truthful, they really haven't been stretched here by this under-23 team. I don't know if you would you give them higher than an 8 out of 10 rating?
I think it's been a below par performance from the under-23s. I must admit I was expecting a lot more from them. Taking into consideration we didn't have any games previously due to rains and what have you. But yeah, I was expecting a more spirited performance from them. But I'm sure they're going to regroup. They're going to go back to the drawing board. And they're going to come back stronger.
Slip on a gully in place now. And for the West Indies under-19, 8 out of 10, or would you give them a higher grade?
They've done what they should do. Yeah, they've done what they should do. They've turned in a good performance with ball. And a really professional performance now with bat in hand, led by Joshua Dawn and Captain Stephen Pascal.
They really haven't been asked to get out of more than second or third gear at the moment, really. They haven't really been tested here. But it's been a solid professional performance, as you said here. Partnership up to 69, and Dawn just a run away from the 50. Straight to the fielder, and there's a man racing on at the moment at the end of the 32nd over. And there's some refreshment for the West Indies under-19 batters. Dawn, who's on 49, he'll be facing up. And Pascal, 34 of 73 deliveries. This partnership, certainly, I'm sure that they'll remember these two will be batting together at some point in the under-19 World Cup next year. Good memories to draw on. Good positive experiences to draw on for them.
Yeah, certainly Joshua Dawn. What a game he's had. 3 for 32 with ball, and now 49 not out, on the cusp of a half century. A well-deserved one, coming in at a crucial number 3 position. He's drop sheet anchor. It's been a hard man to dislodge. Joshua Dawn, solid defense, classy looking player.
West Indies under-19s looking to improve on their performance at the 2022 World Cup. They lost to Australia in the first game by 6 wickets and then beat Scotland by 7 wickets, but were out of contention for the World Cup when they lost to South Africa by 3 wickets, and they dropped into the format known as the Plate League that no longer exists. It's a different format now for this World Cup that has been done away with. Was coming back in, did well to knock that one square of the wicket. West Indies, of course, knocked out in the semi-finals of that plate tournament by the eventual winners, the United Arab Emirates. Just over the head of the fielder, and that's going to run away for 4. Just helped that on its way, and in spite of the best efforts of the fielder and the tallest fielder on the ropes, that's gone away for 4. And that is the 50 for Dawn. And look at that. Touching the crest of the Cricket West Indies. The Cricket West Indies crest on his chest. And showing his appreciation for that. 53 of 87. Fine innings from Dawn.
Yeah, really good knock. Commanding knock in this situation from Joshua Dawn. A young man with immense talent. And he's showing all of his ways here this evening. Pulling away in the gap.
That one's gone to the boundary to mid-wicket. There was the fielder at mid-wicket, but he cleared him well enough. And that's gone for 4. And it looks like it's going to be all downhill from here. The West Indies under-19 team look like they're running down the hill, and they're running away with this victory.
Yeah, short delivery, pulled away, back-to-back boundaries for Joshua Dawn. Takes his tally up now to 57. And they look as though they're going to finish in a canter here. West Indies under-19s.
Straight to the fielder this time. And Nathan Edward, who's playing in this match here today, certainly remembers that loss to the United Arab Emirates in the plate semi-finals. He got 51 in that game. Not out for the West Indies. Quicker delivery. Dawn is just seeing it like a football at the moment. Nathan Edwards, 51 of 65. West Indies bowl out for 142 in search of 225 for victory against the United Arab Emirates. Hits that high. Will that get the distance? There's a fielder coming around. He could take the catch. He has taken the catch. That's the end of the innings here from Dawn. And after a couple of fours, he's still inquiring whether that one cleared the ropes. But the fielder has claimed the catch. And that is the end of an exciting innings from Dawn. Out for 57 of 91 deliveries. Caught by Agard off the bowling of Mahabir Singh.
Yeah, Joshua Dawn looking to go aerial this time. Didn't get all of it. But credit to Mahabir Singh. He threw it up. And Dawn down the track. And hands are lofted. Agard with a safe pair of hands at long on. And completes the catch. West Indies under 19s lose their third wicket with the score at 125. Dawn for 57. Well played knock from him.
Yeah, classy innings there from Dawn. He would be very disappointed not to have been there at the end to knock off the runs. But it does allow the fans to get a look at Movendra Dindyal. If you haven't seen him before, another classy stroke maker out of Guyana. And certainly he's very, very highly rated in the South American mainland.
Yeah, Movendra Dindyal. Another one of those players who toured Sri Lanka. They just concluded tour. So he too has some experience. But just as we were saying, the under-19s looking to finish in a canter. Evidence of that there from Dawn. And he held out in the deep.
Yeah, you'd feel that Dindyal would feel that he has some work here if he is to cement a place on this West Indies under-19 team. Just played a couple of matches in the ODI series against Sri Lanka and played in one of the test matches. Captained Guyana in the 2023 CWI under-19 championships. Got 98 against Barbados at Kensington Oval back in 2018, one of the youth tournaments. And very close, his father, of course, has been working with him. Gopal Teddy Dindyal. Well, that crept through the fielder, and they get a couple of runs here. So certainly not the best of fielding efforts here from the T&T U23 team. Very good delivery again here from Ali. And that one just again beating the edge of Pascal's bat. He's had his problems with Ali. Ali has troubled him all the way through here.
Yeah, Ali's been good. Leg break bowler, difficult art. But just seems to be coming out nicely out of the hands.
Yeah, the control has been there for him.
Yeah, lovely flight as well.
Yeah, he's not afraid to throw it up there for the batters. And a couple of them have tried to go after him, but just that teasing length, just about thereabouts.
Movendra Dindyal about to face his first delivery. Just 26 needed for victory. West Indies under 19s.
Yeah, started. He certainly. Correction. Yeah, Dindyal started off with the Harper Brothers Academy in Guyana. It's, of course, Roger and Mark. That's where his talent first started to show up. And, well, he's reading it already. So let that one go outside the off stump. Slip on a gully in place here.
I'm sure you would have seen a lot of slow bowling coming from that part of the region.
I don't think there's a batter in Guyana that you do get the single here. There's no batsman in Guyana who's never seen a slow bowler.
You're right about that.
And Dindyal off the mark immediately. And his father was speaking in an interview about his pride when Alvin Kallicharran, the former West Indies star, saw Mavendra bat and he tipped him to become an international player. Hit that well. Will that go all the way? Wow, that has gone a long way here. Making a statement, Mavendra Dindyal. And I'm sure that Alvin Kalichan would have been very proud of that shot too. Hit that very straight and it's gone for 6 runs.
Wow, what a shot. Just walked to the crease, Mavendra Dindyal. A tossed up delivery and the confidence to go down tongue. My, what a shot. What a way to announce your arrival at the crease. Dindyal 8 from 3 deliveries.
Well, it's not short on confidence, is he?
Just like that. Seen T&T batter struggle to get in and he's faced 2 deliveries and hit a 6.
Yeah, what an easy game this is. And that's tribute to the hard work that he's put in here. And it's a story that he and his father would bowl 400 to 500 balls at him every day. Get up early in the morning to train, and you're seeing the evidence of it here.
A tremendous commitment.
Well, Pascal will want to see this home here for his team. 37 up 77 deliveries. And target, just to remind you, 154. Well, let's see what Dindyal's going to do after what he did the last over. Don't think he's going to hang around too much. He wants to get this over with in a flash. Just 17 runs to go.
Tell you what, there ain't going to be no flighted deliveries there. He's shown that once it's up there, he's going to go. Got a good piece of it, though. He went straight. Deep fielders, 2, 3 out on the leg side.
And as you predicted, there was not a flighted delivery anywhere coming that way. The only thing flighted in the region came out of the nearby airstrip. Camden Park, very close to here in Couva. In fact, there's a helicopter passing over. That's the only thing you'll see flighted here at the moment. A nice looking scoop shot and gets 1.
A bit of an innovation from Captain Stephen Pascal. Just 15 more needed for victory. Dindyal 9 from 4.
Nice looking punch through the offside. Will pick up 2. Just get the feeling he's batting on a different pitch altogether. 3rd ball for 6. And he already has the confidence to come down the track. And certainly, I really like what I'm seeing already from this young man. Mavendra Dindyal, 11 of 5.
Yeah, using his feet nicely. Met it on the full. How would Mahabir Singh respond?
And look at that. Dab that away and picks up 1. He has all the shots. We're seeing quite a few of them already here. Dindyal, 35 overs gone. West Indies under 19s, 142 for 3.
Yeah, in the shots there, we've seen a full array of shots.
Yeah, it's already pulling them out of the closet. It doesn't seem that, well, if he has those shots in the closet, there's not a layer of dust on any of them.
No.
He uses them quite well and often. And there's also a very exciting young talent coming out of Ghana. He played in the under-17 team and actually was he was the captain of the team, Jonathan Van Lange.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got some runs here in Trinidad, not enough to take his team to victory, but he's also an outstanding table tennis player. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. He played for the Arima Masters team in the Champions League table tennis here in Trinidad and led them to victory last year. I couldn't play this year because the tournament actually took place at the same time as the under-17 tournament.
Wow.
But did get the opportunity to come and watch a few games, and of course, being a wonderful table tennis player, take a little knock with the with the substitutes, but what a talent he is.
Yeah.
His last memory of TNT was one of the TNT players rubbing some birthday cake on his face.
Good fun.
Yes, they certainly, he's well liked by everyone.
Yeah.
Certainly he was the life of the party at the under 17, the end of tournament gathering. That one kept a little bit low there from Magard. He's coming around the wicket in the start of his second spell, start of his fourth over.
Yeah, he's quite enterprising, Jonathan Van Lange. A little bit that I saw of him. He's quite pugnacious, aggressive. Good talent coming through. Interesting this.
Could get a second run here. They pull out of it, and that's wisely so, because that could have been very, very detrimental to the life the Dindial here and his stay at the crease. He would have been run out by Miles.
Free
I'm sure
hit.
the story about his Jonathan Van Lange's table tennis prowess would certainly excite at least one fan in Jamaica. That's Maurice Foster, who was a former Caribbean champion himself in table tennis.
Maurice Foster. Yeah.
Yeah,
Quite-
outstanding player, Maurice Foster.
Quite interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, his sister actually played at the World Championship, or was it the Caribbean Championship at age 9? She was that good.
Wow.
Yeah, they will get one here. Jagis has come off the boundary to do the fielding. Well, Dindial races on to 13 of 8. Pascal has brought his team with that single to within single digits now. Just 9 runs needed of 88 deliveries.
It's quite interesting. Sometimes players excel at sport that might just be a backup to what they're really, really good at. But it's always interesting. It makes for really good reading.
And Dindial moves on by 1 here. Well, many coaches actually send out their players to play some table tennis. Their cricket
Yeah.
coaches at the start of the season. Just get your eye in, that
Hand-eye.
hand-eye coordination.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's one aspect of it. Of course, it's great relaxation to play a different sport. Many of the top-level cricketers also play golf. It's
Golf,
something
yeah.
that's helped them a lot.
Yeah.
If you can hit that small white golf ball, it's easier to hit the white ball that's maybe about 8 times its size.
Quite a lot of banter goes around that golfing scenario too with players.
More than you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's even more fiercely contested than the cricket, if
Yeah,
you believe that.
I've heard some conversations and I was quite stunned about the enthusiasm that they have about golf.
Well, it's quite addictive, I'll tell you. If the first time you hit the golf ball and you see it fly miles away, then, well, not literally miles away, but when you see it fly away, it does get a lot of people hooked on it.
Yeah, they're a good golfer too.
Oh, I'm not. You heard wrong. Another one of these rumors on social media.
Come on, Vidya.
Just 8 away now.
Dot delivery to finish from Agar. 36 gone, 146 for 3. West Indies under 19s within touching distance of a victory here in the opening game of a series of games here to be played at National Cricket Centre and the Queen's Park Oval.
And look at Dindial, 14 of 9 deliveries. And just to give you a little context, the best strike rate of any of the players in this match is 80. He is going on at almost 150 right now. And that's how dominant he has been since he's come in. He gets on with it quickly. And I'll tell you what, he's just batting on a different track to everyone else at the moment. But he's still very early in his innings here. Eventually, as they bowl more and more to him, they might start to prize out or figure out some of his weaknesses. Look at that turn of the wrist there from outside the off stump. The turn of the wrist to get it on the onside and away from the bowler. This tells you that's just a little nutshell of what he's about here. Very inventive, a whippy looking shot from outside the off stump.
I like the look of him though. 15 from 10. Just 7 to win. Be interesting when he gets on strike how quickly he wants to finish this game.
Pascal tries to go for the big hit, doesn't get all of it, and perhaps a bit lucky that he didn't, because Jagisow was waiting for it down there. A couple of bounces to him, and they are one hit away from victory here, the West Indies under-19s.
And guess who's on strike? Mavendra Dindyal. Tell it the deep fielders. Racha is coming inside the circle at a short fine leg. Deep fielders, a deep mid wicket, long on and a long off.
Again, trying to work it from outside of the off stump, and this time the bowler getting across to it. Very wristy, as you tend to see from the Guyana batsman.
Yeah. Breaching 2 for 26 halfway through his 8th over.
Hits that one, chips it down towards Jagisow. Just a one this time. For a moment there, I thought he was going to try to end it with one stroke.
Yeah. Trying to go a bit squarer, Dindyal. It's gone up to 16. Pascal 41 from 84. 149 for 3.
Oh, nicely played. So that'll bring up the 150 for the West Indies under-19 team. And it'll bring Pascal up to 41. So just 4 runs needed now, the West Indies under-19. This has been a very accomplished display here from the West Indies under-19 team. And so fans of the team who are looking forward to them doing well at the World Cup would be encouraged here. Again, creeping under the fielder. This time, Joseph, the captain, unable to haul it in. And they do get a couple of runs. End of the 37th over. The West Indies under-19s 2 away from victory here. And very well, we could see this game wrapped up within 38 overs. As you look back at this game, certainly the bowling performance from this West Indies under-19 team, all 10 wickets falling to the spinners. 4 wickets for Tariq Edwards, 3 to Joshua Dawn. Dawn turning up and hitting a lovely 57. A very composed innings here. He certainly will be the player who will be seen as the player of the match.
Yeah. It's been a totally dominant performance so far from the under-19s. Still got across the line, just 2 needed for victory. Jason Agard stands at the top of his mark. Kyle Ramdu up to the stumps. Wicket keeper. And all the fielders inside of the 30-yard circle.
Lifts that over, and that's going to be the match here. That bounces away, crosses the rope, and there it is. Victory for the West Indies under-19 team. They've won this game by 7 wickets, and they have won this game quite comfortably with 77 balls to spare. So good victory for them, and a great way to start off the tournament, and finished off in style there by their captain, Pascal.
Yeah, Stephen Pascal finishing with a flurry. Finishes with a boundary, gets his team over the line. A totally professional performance from the West Indies under-19s. And as our graphic says, Video Ramfall, no surprises. Joshua Dawn, man of the match in this particular game.
Yep, Dawn has put his face over that particular graphic. 57 of 91 deliveries and 3 for 32 off his 10 overs. He is the outstanding player of this match. And as the players greet each other off the field, certainly just to run back on how this has gone. T&T under-23s, 153, bowled out, 38 not out from Andrew Rambaran, 4 wickets for Tariq Edwards, and Joshua Dawn 3 for 32. Good performance from the under-19s with the ball.
Yeah, this is totally good bowling performance from them. All 10 wickets falling to their spinners. Dawn 3 for 32 and 4 for 32 also from Tariq Edward. And with bat in hand, Dawn again was the thorn in the under-23s side with 57 from 91, and Pascal with 46 not out. Movendra Dindial adding the final touches to the innings, but a good thorough performance from the under-19s. Work to do for the under-23s.
Yeah, certainly some work to do, and they are back in action tomorrow. Their next game will be coming up tomorrow. They are up against the USA in their match, and that takes place on Tuesday 21st. T&T Under-23 versus USA Under-19s right here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. That is coming up tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us for this presentation. And on behalf of Kadir Mohammed and Vinod Mamchan and the rest of the crew here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver, we leave you with the news that the West Indies Under-19s have beaten the Trinidad and Tobago Under-23 teams by 7 wickets with a comprehensive all-round performance from Joshua Dawn, 3 for 32 and 57 runs. Bye for now, and we will be back with you in a couple of days' time.